All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is March 12th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Regarding the next meeting dates, today obviously is a liquor and wine store only meeting, and tomorrow, March 13th, will be all other matters, all other licensing matters and disciplinary cases. After that, our next meeting dates are April 2nd, April 24th, a Thursday, and May 14th. While in the meeting room, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. We do have a couple of items that need an interpreter, and when the interpreter arrives, they will be called. When the item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
No, so obviously the team here have been up since 5 o'clock coming down here, and this is going to be a marathon doubleheader kind of situation here. So certainly want to give everybody sufficient time to speak, but let's try not to repeat each other. Keep your comments to 2 minutes, and we're really trying to hold you to that. And if we're ready to vote, you have to let us vote. Thank you.
All right. So first item in Buffalo is number 14, ETHYL LLC.
This item has opposition. Ew.
Okay.
Your opposition?
Oh,
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Jake.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, the microphone's off. We're the applicant.
You're the applicant. Is there any protest there?
Yes.
All right, can you guys come up?
Sure.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you put your names on the record, both sides, and then let the objection go first, please?
Sure. Jacob Pierkowski, for the applicant, Amy Green of ETHYL LLC.
Tim Delaney, opposition, Elmo Wine and Liquor.
Jillian Hennig, Aurora Liquor, opposition.
Whoever wants to go first of the opposition.
Sure. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. In opposition to the store, primarily because I don't see a community need for it at the time. Our sales in the gross sales letter that you have may show a slight increase over the last couple of years, but when adjusted for inflation, they're actually down quite considerably. My transactions are down quite considerably. In that same period from 2020 to 2024, my non-owner payroll is up about 50% with very little additional hours added. My insurance costs are up over 50%. And as I said, the transactions are down about 8.5% from 2020 to 2023. At this time, I don't see the need or the community advantage for another store in the area. We do also carry over 40 organic and sustainable wines in our store, along with almost 60 local spirits, which I know is something that the applicant has stated is going to be different about her store. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, go ahead.
I'm opposing this because I just don't see a community need. There was a store there a few years ago. It closed. It is the shopping district.
Sorry,
of the
tell me
town.
again tell me again what store you're representing, please?
Oh, Aurora Liquor.
Okay, go ahead.
There was a store named Salute a few doors down from that location, but on Main Street front, and they just didn't have enough business, especially in the winter. I mean, it snows most of the year, and I just don't see a community need for it. I don't see it lasting. And I'm a mile and a half away, and Reed's, he couldn't be here because of a doctor's appointment. Where he's a mile away, I'm a mile and a half away, and it's a really small town. We really don't have the need or the customer support base for this kind of store. And we both have a lot of organic stuff and customer requests and stuff too.
Okay, and the other store, it's essentially on the same street, a mile down the street.
Yeah, Reed's is really close to me. We have different stuff, but we really cover all the needs of the town, and we both take a lot of customer requests as well.
Okay, go ahead. All right, thank you.
Good morning, members. I think the important thing to note here is this store is going to serve public convenience and advantage for a very simple reason. It's a 650 square foot store in the heart of the shopping district, the most walkable part of East Aurora. The two closest stores that are 1.1 and 1.5 miles away are outside of this district. You heard opposition talk about Salute, which is a store that closed down. We've enclosed a letter of support from the owner of Salute. She didn't close down because of a lack of business. She closed down for personal reasons, and she's quite enthusiastic about opening her store. In fact, Miss Green's store is going to carry almost...
Are they related somehow?
Not at all. No, and they're in different locations.
Okay.
Miss Green's store is going to be 80% wine, mostly natural, organic, and biodynamic. And Ms. Green can speak to this more, but the two closest stores, according to her recent visits, carry a combined 15 SKUs of organic, natural, or biodynamic wines. This is what she's going to be primarily focused on with a large...
I'm sorry, who has 15 SKUs?
The two closest stores.
Combined have 15 SKUs?
Is that right?
When I'm shopping in there, there's a section that says organic wine, and between the two of them, there is about 15 SKUs that are easily findable, yes. And no natural, to my knowledge, no natural wines.
Okay.
To further this, Chair, Ms. Green is a sommelier. She wants to really bring the organic, natural, and biodynamic culture into her town in East Aurora. It just doesn't exist. So we're not looking to compete with these stores. We're not going to carry competing products. In fact, in my submission, I've listed about 80 different items that she's intending to carry, none of which are found in the stores in the region. The closest store that has a similar format is in the city of Buffalo, a completely different municipality separated by a large highway. I mean, this is a very unique niche store.
She's not allowed to sell wine.
How far away is Orchard Park?
Glasses, decanters, corks.
It's, 15 to 20 minutes.
How many miles?
8 miles?
Okay. And when did Salute close?
Decarbonated water.
2020.
Okay, 2020. Okay, thanks.
All right, so in your, Jacob, you're aware that the liquor store is not allowed to carry these wine accessories that you mentioned in here?
What accessories? I'm sorry, Chair.
In the document that you submitted, it says wine glasses, decanters, corkscrews.
I apologize. I'm not. Maybe it was in the business plan.
Yes.
Yeah, there would be no prohibited items. I'm sorry if that's in there. It's just a typo.
Okay.
And I'll counsel Ms. Green on what is permitted and what's not.
Okay. So, ma'am, are you willing to commit to, there are a lot of people that come in and say, I intend to do this and that, and then when business doesn't go well, you go back to the main labels, spirits, etc. So are you willing to commit to 80% wine and natural biodynamic wines?
I am. Really, as a public convenience, the only reason I really want to sell liquor and spirits is to make it convenient for the people that are shopping in my store. For the most part, though, it's going to be all natural wines. I've done tastings with some local reps, and I have zero interest in carrying any big box wine overproduced with sprayed with pesticides. That's not what we want. That's not what we're going for. So yes, I would commit to that.
Okay. And because of your work history, you have a sense of how the distribution of those work, right? Because, you know, upstate, sometimes you may not be able to easily get delivery from wholesalers for things that you want to sell. And
Yes, so I did discuss that with one of the reps, and he said they have next day deliveries for the majority of what they carry, and it is, because they're natural wines, it is a quick turning inventory. So I'm not going to be able to get the same wine I had last week. I'm not going to be able to sell the same thing constantly every year. It's going to be all different inventory circulating.
all right.
Are you ready to go? All right, the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, and I thank the parties for their presentation. This is a retail store of 650 square feet of retail. That is less than half than the other 4 stores' retail space that we receive gross figures from. The financing here is sufficient for the business plan. In terms of the protests that we received, both these stores projected increase in sales in 2024 over 2023. The applicant has also distinguished her products from the other stores in terms of what she will be selling, and will agree, I guess, not to include the items that are extra and are prohibited.
Yes.
That are indicated in the business plan. Closest store is 1.1 miles away. The furthest is 6.3. I am satisfied that this will serve public convenience and advantage, and I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve.
and Chair.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve. I'm going to hold you to 80% natural and biodynamic wines, if the commissioners would agree.
Commissioner De Leon
Yeah, I concur.
and Commissioner Maya.
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just to clarify, also in that 80% organic as well? Because there are 3 different distinctions.
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next is number 19, GELLO Enterprises LLC, DBA Small Block Wine and Spirits.
This here has opposition as well.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski for the applicant, joined by Kaylin and Mario Cristofari.
You said there's opposition?
Yeah.
Is anyone here? Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yes, I'm John Gonzalez, Webster Wine and Spirits, 964 Ridge Road, Webster. You granted us a license for an increase in size from 2,000 square feet, which we've been operating since '77, to 12,000 square feet. We opened this store in November, just a week before Thanksgiving. I've got some information. I'm just concerned more about the market size and whether or not it'll accommodate a new store. I'm not sure of the size of the store. If it's a small store, it might very well, but I've got some more information that I could share with you about what's happened to our store since we opened and the market itself that we operate in.
Their store is 1,050 with 850 square feet dedicated to retail space.
Okay, that's a very small store, and the market may be able to manage that. What I'm concerned about is when we increased our store size from 2,000 to 12,000 square feet, we expected that's a 6-fold increase, and with the overhead that's related to it, we expected maybe a tripling in sales or more to get to a break-even point. Since we've been open, we're up 100%. Basically, we've doubled our sales. In this fiscal year, which starts October 1 until the end of February this year, there's competition right now in Webster. There's another three stores. There's a total of 3 stores in Webster itself. There's 2 large stores on the western perimeter. They're both 8,000 to 12,000 square feet. There's a large one in the eastern perimeter in Ontario. And then there's a superstore called Lisa's in the southern perimeter. That's close to 60,000 square feet. We're confident. We're off to a decent start, and we didn't expect to get to the sales level that we need to get right off in the first 4 or 5 months. And sales are looking better, and they're on an upward trend. So in general, like I said, I'm just concerned for another store coming in, having adequate sales to support it. And
It's been 2 minutes.
Basically, that's my concern.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Oh,
Good morning again, members. Similarly to my last applicant, this store is an 850 square foot store. It is going to focus on wines primarily. The name alone, the DBA small block, is to denote small batch wines that are made by smaller vendors for family and friends. There's no intention here by any stretch to compete with the closest stores. As I lay out in my submission, the 5 closest stores that are listed here, 1.2, 2.1, 2.7, 5.1, and 5.3 miles away, they're all located in or near very large plazas, very large shopping centers. The applicant here is walking distance from the village of Webster. Webster is a small, walkable community with independent shops. This is a totally different market than what the opposition is seeking out in their customer base. There's going to be no crossover. We're not going to cannibalize any of the other existing stores. And the reality here, these existing stores have wonderful sales. And we're talking 3.8 million, 1.3, 2.6, 4.3. And the opposition here was just approved to move to a 12,000 square foot store. The market must be doing something right if you can 6x the size of your store and find it sustainable. So I think there's a real public convenience and advantage here. This is going to be a walkable store. Mr. and Mrs. Cristofari are going to be the operators of the store. They're going to be in there full time. It's walkable to the village itself, and they're going to carry products intentionally that the other stores just aren't carrying.
So, are you guys both continuing your current jobs?
They will, but they're going to split time between the store.
One of them has a job in the city. What does that mean?
So, good morning. I work for a marketing agency based in New York City, but I work remote from home. I manage about 16 people currently, and I do marketing assets for various clients, but I do work remotely.
How many days a week do you work?
5 days.
And then you run the store on top of it?
Correct.
Okay. And what about your husband? He's also... Where's your job?
I work in Pittsford, which is, a 12-minute drive, 15-minute drive from the store. Multitasking isn't really an issue. When I was drafted out of Syracuse to play professional soccer in 2001, I also ran a restaurant. And when I moved back to Rochester to run a second restaurant for my family, I was working full-time as a bond trader. So multitasking is not an issue.
And the applicants live close to the store. It's in their neighborhood, so access is not going to be a problem, Chair.
Right, but are either one of you physically going to be at the store, or?
Yes, they will be there every day. One of them will be there every day.
Okay. All right. And it's small batch only? What does that mean?
So we'll focus on vineyards that make kind of specialty wines or kind of unique and hard to find wines. We've spent some time in Napa and Sonoma, and we found some very interesting vineyards that, you know, we can't find locally that we would love to support and bring to the community. Some organic, women-owned is really important to me. So we definitely will be looking for something a little bit more unique, and something that you know, not the big box wines that you can find at your larger stores.
And Chair, I think it's important to point out as well that the stores listed, the 5 closest stores, are all located west of the applicant's location. The closest store east is 8 miles away. So the population to the east of the proposed premises is really underserved. They just don't have access to a store for at least 8 miles.
Are the members ready to vote?
Are you doing 50% wine, or what's the plan?
The plan would be to do mostly wine, so probably 60-40.
Go with it.
The members are ready to vote.
Yep.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. First of all, I note that in the application, you say you will also employ a manager. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this is a store, as council has indicated, it's only 850 square feet of retail space. Again, this is considerably less than half than the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other stores that are close by. Out of those 5 stores, 3 had increases in sales in 2024 over 2023, as admitted by the opposition, conceded by the opposition. I see that the investment here is sufficient also to support the investment, and I appreciate the uniqueness of the products that are being offered, which I think the chair will comment on after me. I am curious, as a sports buff myself, where do you play, sir?
For soccer, back in Rochester, in our hometown.
Okay. That has no effect on my decision. But I do vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve as well.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm gonna limit you to, I'm gonna hold you to 60% wine, focus on specialty, organic, woman-owned wineries. But it doesn't all have to be the 60%. I'm just gonna hold you to the 60%. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner De Leon, you're okay with the?
Yes, I am.
And Commissioner Maya?
I maintain a yes vote with no restriction.
Okay. You've been approved with the 60% wine, though.
Thank you,
All
members.
right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next is number 24, HECTOR Cork and Bottle LLC.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Lucas McIntosh, and I'm Tristan McIntosh. We're both co-owners of HECTOR Cork and Bottle. So I just wanted to touch base on the.
Yeah, let's wait till.
All right, guys,
Absolutely. Yeah.
no background, please.
All right.
All right, so you guys did not come last time. It almost resulted in a denial. So I'm glad you came today.
We appreciate you having us back. We were advised that from our attorney that we didn't have to be here, obviously.
So whoever that is, have no idea how we operate.
Yes, Chair.
Is. So, Donald, did any of the protests speak last time? Were there any protests?
No one was here whatsoever last time.
No one was there. All right.
Yeah, and then, right, and somehow
So I just want to put on the record that there is one support letter from a neighbor or from a community member, and then one support letter from the town supervisor. And no protests? There's no protest on the record. Okay. There is a closest store that didn't respond to us. That's 1.6 miles away. The next one is 10 miles away.
Chair, if I
Why is that?
I submitted an over?
Yeah.
Maybe because they didn't show up?
I didn't put it on the record, but if you watch it, you were at,
Really? Maybe because they didn't show up, but as you can see on my notes.
Can I ask, is your rent $6,000 a month?
yeah, it is, and that's for the whole licensed area of the building, and then the office space behind it as well.
It has nothing to do with this.
It does not, no.
Okay,
Actually,
okay.
and you know, as far as business goes, we own the building. We bought the building in October of '23.
Okay.
And we're leasing it back to ourselves.
Okay, I got it.
Along with our building company, which is our funding letter in there as well.
Is $6,000 fair market value, or is that kind of exceed market value?
That's probably fair market value for the area. I mean, the area is limited in commercial spaces and development. You know, this was kind of the start of the development of the town of Alois and HECTOR.
So who's running the construction company while you guys do this, or is that you doing everything at the same time?
We will still be running the construction company. We're self-employed, and we have employees in the construction company, and we're going to have employees at both the liquor store. So between the two, should help us split time, and also it'll be ran by a manager.
Okay. How far do you guys live from the store, each of you?
As the construction finishes in the 3 long-term units above the store, I will actually live in one of those units. So I will be on premises the majority of the time.
Oh, okay.
And then
how far do you live?
I live approximately 45 minutes from it, but this is the area that I'm from. I grew up. I moved because my wife worked. We kind of picked a halfway point, but I'm in this area every day for work, and our building construction site is within 10-mile radius of this site.
Are there other commercial units in the building?
There are not.
No, just residential upstairs, and then the whole downstairs would be licensed space.
One of you worked in Albany before?
I worked as a corrections officer roughly 4 or 5 years ago, before resigning.
Oh, wow. You were in the same building as we were.
Well, I never worked in Albany. I was in facilities.
Got it. All right, go ahead. Do you guys have questions?
Sir, you indicated that you bought the building. We have a letter of support from Roger Miller. Is that the person you bought the building from?
That's our neighbor that lives adjacent across School Street, and that's his full-time residence. And Roger was a tough nut to crack, and we're pretty thankful for our relationship and our friendship with Roger now. And I know him and his wife are both excited about new business and seeing a derelict building take new life in the town of HECTOR, which has a lot of growing development in the last 3 to 5 years.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And are the members ready to vote?
Sure.
I am. If everybody else is?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I note the support that you got from the resident and also the town supervisor. You will continue your construction company, but you also indicate you will hire a manager. The investment here is sufficient in my eyes. Out of the 6 stores that we received figures from, 3 show an increase, and 2 show a decrease, and 1 we got no response from. However, that one is the closest one to you. All the others are from 10.6 miles to 12.8 miles away, significantly far away. So with that said, I am going to find public convenience an advantage, and I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Yeah, I vote to approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna find public convenience advantage. As the commissioner mentioned, the closest store did not respond to our request for sales numbers. The next store is 10 miles away, so I'm gonna vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Next is number 17, Pops Bottles LLC.
Seventeen.
Good morning.
Can you just introduce yourselves?
Yes, I'm Georgia Popperham, and this is my mother, Anna Popperham. And we are
Sorry,
the
who's the applicant? Both of you?
I'm the applicant.
Anna Popperham.
What, 17?
The mother is the applicant.
Yes,
Okay. Daughter's gonna work at the store or just in support here?
Yes, I'll be assisting with operations and managing the store.
Okay, got it. All right. Is there any objection? Is there any protest there, please?
No, there's no protest.
Not here.
Okay. Just for the record, there is 1 letter that came in from a neighbor resident protesting, mostly saying that this area is residential. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I can actually respond to her point by point. It is in fact a residential neighborhood, but that space has been approved for retail use for years now by the city, and I also disclosed a confirmation from the zoning department confirming that it is approved for retail. It doesn't have any conflicting schools or churches within the district either. So, you know, the fact that it is in fact available for retail is sort of beyond my scope. She also mentions that there is limited parking. In fact, in the lease, which is also disclosed in the application, we have 3 allocated parking spaces, which is really more than enough for a store of our size.
So there is a store called Lake Street Filling Station Winery that is very close to you.
Yeah.
And they have really low numbers. Can you give it an educated guess why that is?
Yes, that location is essentially a gas station kind of liquor store. It's very small. It's focused predominantly on like discount, mainstream labels of spirits, as far as I am aware. We are opening up a boutique wine shop, so completely different concept. I'm not sure how long that place has been around, but it's yeah, it's I couldn't tell you why they haven't been doing well, but my educated guess is that they just don't have.
They've been there in a different suite since 2013 and moved to their current location in 2018. So more than 10 years, 12 years they've been there, but their numbers are very, very low.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there are 2 stores within a mile, 4 stores within 2 miles. And for the numbers we have, you know, everybody is pretty much going down. Well, 1 store we don't have numbers for. There are 2 stores that are either flat or down. Oh, yeah?
Oh, which one? The one that didn't respond?
Yeah, Robert.
Yeah.
It's in your.
Oh, sorry, let me.
Yeah.
Why don't, would
May
you just,
I,
going
sorry.
up. Not available. It's neither here nor there.
What
Whatever.
did you say about that Saglin Benny's? You don't have anything, right?
It's in the
Oh,
supplemental,
it is,
but
okay.
it's going up. It's going up. All right, but none of the stores processed it. I don't know. What do you want to do? So you're gonna do boutique wine?
Yeah,
Um,
I can just offer an explanation just of the other stores in the area as well. The other three nearest stores are more traditional box liquor stores. Like I mentioned, they only really carry mainstream big commercial brands, Jack Daniels, that kind of thing. They don't really offer a lot of wine that isn't like super commercially produced. The one wine shop that I would say is halfway decent is Padula's, but they do predominantly focus on Finger Lakes wine. They have a vast Finger Lakes selection, and our concept is mostly to bring international and domestic wine and in a more curated way to the community, which just simply doesn't exist right now in Geneva.
How far are you from the college?
We're quite close. We're maybe like a 15-minute walk, 10-minute walk from the campus. It is a college town, so everything is kind of close to the college.
Mom, you used to run restaurants?
Yes. I have a 25-year experience in restaurant. I own it and I run it. From 5 tables to 200 seats, the last one that I opened.
I'm sorry, say that again? What are you saying? Say that again?
From a smaller one, which was accommodated 5 tables, to the largest one, it was 200 people seated.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I had pretty much a good experience in hospitality, wine, and food. But reaching my 63, I want to still be involved in this business. I have a passion for wine, and I was like, it's the time to develop this passion. I also had a chance to move to Geneva to stay close to my family, to my daughter. I really love the town, and I see the possibility. I see it's a very vibrant community.
If you ask anybody, Geneva is right in the heart of the Finger Lakes, so there's a lot of young wine professionals that live there, a lot of people who work in the industry, as well as they're currently building the second largest enology facility at Cornell there as well. So, I mean, I just know for a fact the community is bustling with people who are passionate about wine and looking for wine, and I can tell you, everyone I know in Geneva drives 30 to 40 minutes a few towns over to find like any kind of decent selection of international wine, because there are a lot of wineries in the area that you can go and visit and taste local Finger Lakes wine, but there's really only so much that you want to drink of that. So if you wanted to get anything else from California or from Italy or France, or anything that is a little bit more curated and not the same thing that you find in every other liquor store, then you really have to travel. So I see that there's definitely a need for it in the community, just based off of my experience. And I believe there are also 2 letters of support that were submitted as well, attesting to that.
Members have any further questions?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. You have on your method of operation that you will be running the store and you have no employees. Is that correct?
Well, 2. I'm retired, and I live 2 blocks from a store. My daughter as well. So I'll be available 6 days a week if you need. We're planning to open 5 days a week. And my daughter, which is currently working in a winery, she will quit her job and be the manager of the restaurant. But we're going to work there.
And eventually, as we grow, we would hope to employ, 1 other staff member as well.
We literally live 2 minutes walk. We know the neighbor very well.
Are you in property rentals, ma'am? Mom, I'm talking to mom.
Yes, I have some property in the city, in Brooklyn.
Okay.
It's my retirement.
Okay. All right.
The members are ready to vote.
Yeah, I am, if my colleagues are.
Yeah.
Commissioner De Leon,
Okay, this is a store with 714 square feet of retail space. The store that's closest to you, 0.8 miles away, is only 150. And the numbers there are among the lowest that I've ever seen, but they did increase in 2023 to 2024 by about $5,000 in sales. And you've distinguished yourselves from them already. The rent here is very, very low. So that's going to give you, I think, a good opportunity to get up and running. I think the investment is satisfactory. Out of the 4 stores that we received, all 3, including that store that's very small, have an increase in sales in 2024 over 2023. You are up against some real competition less than a mile away that's doing sales of over $3 million. But with the support of the Business Improvement District, the resident, and the presentation that you've made, I'm going to vote to approve. I find public convenience an advantage.
Commissioner Maya,
I find public convenience an advantage as well for all of the reasons well stated by Commissioner DeLeon.
Chair.
You're approved, but I'm gonna vote to deny. It's, I don't think it's a necessary thing right now to bring a international wine store to the area around the Finger Lakes, but you're approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is number 7, AKSH Group LLC. It's DBA Riverton Fine Wines and Spirits.
Okay, this has opposition as well.
Who's the applicant? Are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, I'm the applicant, yes.
Can you put your name? Just say your name. Oh, sorry.
Patel?
Okay. And then the opposition, they can come up.
Hello, I'm David Principino from Scottsville Spirits and Lottery.
If you want to go ahead and say something in opposition.
Yes, I'd just like to say, well, good morning, thank you for your time. You know, right now, generalized statement, wine and liquor sales in New York State are down across the board. All the major distributors are reporting that. We've got a big black cloud out there talking about wine going into grocery stores. Kind of shocked how everyone's opening wine stores. This is the largest threat it's ever been right now, with large corporate sponsors pushing this issue through. So with all that said, wine and liquor stores could be on some shaky grounds, just no matter how many stores are open. The other reason that I'm here is because we've had my location in Scottsville. I sent in some documents with a map. Currently, there's been like 3 or 4 stores open in the area within maybe our 5-6 mile pie. One of them was like 8 miles, and I agree with that was opening. Another store opened about 5 miles from us in a plaza where another liquor store had already been opened and gone out of business within the last few years. There's been another liquor store that was about 3 miles from our business that also went out of business a few years back. So since then, the new liquor store, location 5152 East River Road. You'll have my store, which will be a couple miles away, which is on a major road, Scottsville Road. You have another one, CORK and Spritz, which is another 2 miles the other direction, that was just opened a few years ago, and I know their sales are down. Obviously, you have the numbers. And now just recently, within the last few months, another liquor store was opened called Jefferson Liquor, which is also on the perpendicular road of East River Road. It's right where East River Road starts, and they just opened there. You know, liquor stores our size, I have the numbers. I've owned liquor store license for over 30 years in New York State. I've had other multiple small businesses, national franchises. You have to do $500,000 or more to stay in business, just to pay your bills and pay yourself. And that's paying yourself if you want to work for $17 or $18 an hour. I don't see where another liquor store, especially when we have a new one within a 5-mile radius of this pie, we don't even know what their numbers are going to be, if they're even
Sir,
going to
if
be
you
able
could,
to buy.
it's been 2 minutes, so if you could conclude or, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so my worry is, I feel this location, I live over there, it's a couple miles from my store, a couple miles from the other store, 3 miles from the new store that just opened. It's a residential neighborhood. It's not a neighborhood. There happens to be a 7-Eleven there, but other than that, it's not a commercial strip, it's not a major thoroughfare road. So I just feel that in that neighborhood, there's no need for another liquor store. I feel like somebody's probably gonna go out of business. And we've
Why
been
do you
there
say
for
that?
some years. What's that?
Why do you say someone will go out of business?
Because I've seen 2 liquor stores, sir, go out of business in the same pie already that couldn't make it
So
within
why
the
did they
last.
go, why do you think they went out of business?
They went out of business because there's not enough sales in the area to add another another $500,000 or more in business. That's just not sustainable in that area. I mean.
But do you think you had, for instance, did your store have a competitive advantage over the stores that went under?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
We carry a variety of SKUs. We carry more SKUs per square foot, we've been told by Southern Glacier Wine and Spirits and Empire, than the larger stores. Now, obviously, we're very small, but per square footage, that's how many SKUs we carry and how many products we carry from New York State International. Our wine selection is whole half of our store. But with the black cloud of the wine going in the grocery store still hanging overhead, wine and liquor sales down with the licensing of marijuana, I can't see liquor stores are growing. And now we're trying to say that in the middle of a residential neighborhood, a couple miles from every other store, they're going to easily do $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 in business. The math just doesn't add up.
Well, but you agree then that the competitive advantage is an important function, right?
Competitive advantage, absolutely. I own small businesses. I'm totally against, I'm totally for everybody having a chance to have a business. I just don't know if this business is just going to hurt all the businesses that have put time and effort in for many, many years, and then someone's just going to fall apart, and it's not going to do anything but hurt everyone in the meantime. And when it takes away from the current businesses, it takes away from us being even more efficient for our customers. The less
We
sales
understand
have-
that, but so just so you know, the standard for public convenience and advantage is not based on protection of existing stores.
I understand that.
You know, you could argue no demand. You know, but the closest store, you know, despite what you said, the closest store is 3.2 miles away, and then there is a new store that is 4.3 miles away, and then there are next to that are 3 stores that are over 5 miles away. So I just want to keep the record clear on that.
No, I do, and I would hate to disagree with you, but it's 2.2 miles from Cork and Spritz, and 3.8 miles from Jefferson Liquor, and 3.1 miles from my store. But you know, we're nitpicking the miles, and I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to bring that to attention. I have the maps right here, the documented miles. But just a small piece of pie. I've owned other businesses in this area, so I have pretty good knowledge of the demographics.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
I
would
appreciate
agree
your
that
time.
there is no store in this town of West Henrietta, right?
Yes, Cork and Spritz. So here's the problem. All 4 of these locations have different zip codes, and I know that throws you for a loop. But yes, it's West Henrietta. I'm like 300 feet from West Henrietta, but so I'm given a different zip code. Cork and Spritz is on West Henrietta Road, but because of where its perpendicular parking lot is, it's technically listed as Henrietta. And same with Jefferson Liquor, they're listed as Henrietta. So that's why there's 4 different zip codes all within a couple miles. It's a very unique situation. This obviously is the more residential area of the 4 stores. The other 3 are on major roads. This would be the only one that's not on a major road.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate he bring up this point, but within innovation behind it, there is no.
Sorry. You don't need to necessarily respond to him. Let me just ask you, what's your name?
Dhruvang Patel.
And who are you applying with? Where's the co-applicant?
He's actually he's on a vacation on Arizona, so he couldn't join today. His name is Rakesh Patel.
I'm sorry, you're speaking way too fast.
Okay.
Who's Rakesh? Is that your brother
He's
or
my partner? Yes, he's my cousin, my partner.
Your cousin?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's Rakesh from?
He's from West India. He's from Fairport actually, Rochester Fairport.
No, I mean, from where? Did you say New Hartford?
Fairport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Fairport, New York.
Okay.
Okay, so he's your cousin, and where is he?
He planned vacation, and we got this date came in, so he couldn't join today. So he just left today morning to the Arizona for the vacation because he already planned it this before. So I'm joining. He's not able to join today.
He's on vacation. Okay.
Yes. And he planned this vacation a long time before, and this date came in, and unfortunately he couldn't, cancel his vacation because otherwise he would lose all his money.
Okay. Do you guys have other liquor stores in your family?
Yes, my wife owns it. My wife owns liquor store, which is like a CONEY Fine Wines and Spirit, which is like way far from this. What we have it here in West Henrietta.
How far is this location from your wife's store?
It's like a 11 mile or 12 mile. It's like a 20 minutes drive.
Okay, and then are there other liquor stores in your other family members?
No.
Does Rakesh's wife has also a store or no?
No.
Okay, and both of you are going to continue your current employment. So who's running the store?
Mostly because I'm living 5 minutes away from the new store, so it's easy for me to go and look after the store because I'm literally living in 5 minutes away from the store, and I'm going to take care of everything at my store, and we're going to have a manager as well and the staff as well.
But you're going to continue your job as an engineer at TTS?
Yes. Actually, I changed my job. I'm working for Verizon right now, but it's the same thing what I was doing with the TTS.
What kind of job is that? Is that in the office?
It's like I'm working from home. Like we have to go. It's like a hybrid mode. I'm going to in office 2 days, and the rest of remaining the days I'm working from home. And my office is also like a 7 minutes drive from my house, so it is also convenient.
Okay, and Rakesh is also continuing his job as an engineer at T-Mobile.
Yes.
So
that way we can support.
It says that each of you will be active only 3 to 4 hours a day.
No, we're going to have a staff as well. So they're going to work, and as I explained you, like I'm just living 5 minutes away from the store, so I can keep an eye every day, and I can go there. I can look after. If I have to go and place an order, I can go there and place an order.
Answer the
I can
question.
Sir, are you a salaried employee by Verizon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're expected to be there 40 hours a week?
Yes, sir. But my job is kind of flexible. Like sometimes I have to work in the night, and sometimes because of we have to add some make some changes in the system. That way, sometimes I work in the night and sometimes I work in the day. So I can have I do have enough bandwidth within myself to run the store, and my partners is also would be there too.
This is a $200,000 investment that came from your wife?
No, it's my and my wife both.
It's a joint account. It's a joint account with your wife.
Joint account.
And she has a liquor store.
Yes, but which is like very far away. That's our own liquor store. So I have nothing to do with liquor store.
No.
Because I work for that.
Wait.
And she's not going to have anything to do with this store?
No, she's not have nothing to do with this though.
Do you have anything in an affidavit or anything saying that?
I don't think
not
so.
saying
The
this.
financing is all from Rakesh.
Yeah.
Patel, who is the other applicant, not this gentleman.
So
Oh,
what
I
was
have
the,
to
so I'm
keep
not
both.
sure of his answer then. Are you?
That's the other power
Right.
partner. And then,
Right, not his wife, the other one.
right. Mhm.
Did he just say that? Was his statement consistent with what we have?
No.
I don't believe this at all. They can either come back or we're gonna vote to deny.
Yeah, let's have him come back.
On vacation?
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
That's, I mean,
No,
it's your
let's
call.
just vote to deny.
I'm good with it.
All right, we're gonna vote.
All right, the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about how you're going to be able to manage this business when both of you have no experience in the business, although you can see, if I can finish, you can see that your partner's wife, I believe, or your wife it is, actually has a store. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores that we got numbers from, the gross figures, only 2 show an increase in 2024 over 2023. 2 show a decrease and 1 we got no response from. We had 2 other licenses issued, one 4.3 miles away and another 5.7 miles away from your location. A previous application at Suite 104 was denied just in 2022. And there are also 2 other active licenses at the premises, although they're in different suites and they're not liquor licenses. And I'm a little concerned about the situation here regarding the financing and who's actually going to run the operation. You know, with all that said, respectfully, sir, I'm going to have to vote to deny your application.
Commissioner Maya.
This time I need to explain a few things on my thinking. Your last answers are not consistent with the source of funds that is indicated. Rakesh is not here. Frankly, I would prefer if Rakesh was here, I would want to hold this over, and I don't know if that's an appropriate way to vote. Is it?
I can put that down as your vote.
Yeah, I know, but is it a vote that I could actually make? Okay, I'm inclined, because you're the only one in the zip code, to say okay to this. I'm inclined to do that, but there is a question on the source of funds. So if I'm permitted by council to vote just to hold it over, that would be my vote today. So I vote to hold it over.
Chair.
I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't see sufficient separation between this and the wife's store. The closest store, as the other gentleman mentioned, is showing a decline. We issued 2 new stores in the past year already in this 5-6 mile radius. So I think the market is more than saturated. We don't need yet another store that is managed by 2 people that don't actually plan to be there. So I'm voting to deny. I do not find public convenience an advantage.
Sir, your application has been denied.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in Buffalo is number 25, Best Value Wine and Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, Board. Barry Donahue. I am with the applicant. Her daughter, who works in the store, is also present. This is a family-run business. It's been run for about 11 years. They did move at one time, but they didn't move very far, and they've always operated their store at 2,000 square feet. The business has grown, and it's gotten to a point where they need to grow further. They're kind of sausaged into their current location. And we have submitted additional paperwork. The board was kind enough to move this matter to today to allow us to make additional submissions. In those additional submissions, we indicated that there was an abandoned mall across the street that was acquired at the end of last year, with plans to develop with nationwide retailers. We have reason to believe that Costco is going to be that retailer, and if it is, there will be about 3 million more cars traveling past the applicant's store per year. Even if it's not Costco, we believe that there will be significantly additional traffic. Even without that additional traffic, we need more space. And like I said, even without that change, we would need, with that, I would, if the board has any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Did you get approval from the town board in terms of permits for the building?
Yes, well, we have to get the approval from you before we go to the town themselves, but that does not seem to be a problem.
We have been in communication with the building inspector, and they don't see any problem with it.
Yes,
Did you just say you have to get authority from us first before you can go to the town?
correct, correct.
Never heard that
I've
before.
never heard that, but that doesn't seem to make sense.
Well, there's basically one wall that is pretty much going to go up in the retail section if we're able to get approval. And I did speak with one of the employees, I'm not sure, I forget his name, I'm sorry, but he basically said that there's not going to be a problem, but we need to know whether we're moving forward or not. And that kind of comes down to this, whether we get the approval to move forward, but we don't see any problem with putting this wall.
From my perspective, it's kind of like putting the carriage before the horse, as I see it. Did you get anything in writing from them? Do you have anything in writing?
You know what, let us check that. I believe we do.
This is the CORK forward. What's your feeling?
Already in the system, so.
Could I ask a question about Seneca Mall while you're looking
Sure.
that up?
Sure.
Just tell me a little bit about it. Just refresh me on Seneca Mall.
So from what I understand, there was a dispute that's been going on with the property owners and West Seneca Town for over 30 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm refreshed. I remember this now. Okay.
Okay, and so they recently sold, and we have two developers that are coming in, and and the town is excited. Everybody's excited that we're going to finally move into a refreshed, new way of, this was the heart of the town that's been abandoned. And now we're super excited that we're gonna have some fresh, new retail. So everybody's very thrilled.
So why do you need all that extra space? What's your intention with all that space?
So I've been operating at Best Value for 11 years, always with the intention of trying to expand our retail, but we just haven't. We got hit with COVID. We just didn't have enough employees at the time. This is my daughter. It's basically her and I that really been running this whole situation. We've done a really good job. Unfortunately, at this time, we are out of space. We can't expand any further. As far as our RTDs, that section itself is blown up. We're just, as Barry put it, we're sausage in. We just have no more we can do with the 2,000 square feet retail that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the board for giving me the chance to find that. We did email it to the board November 8th, but there's a letter from the town of West Seneca dated November 5th to whom it may concern. We did submit it in writing, but at the very end of it, it says, I do not foresee any difficulties with obtaining the required permits with the submission of building plans. And that was signed by the Assistant Code Enforcement Officer from the town of West Seneca.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to vote?
Everything works. I can't really
All right, go ahead.
get anything to work right now.
No.
You good? You ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay,
We do have that, right?
I'm trying to check.
All right. I certainly accept the representations of council. I vote to approve, provided, condition that you do get the permit from the town.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I vote to approve as well. The general tenor of what you've explained to me a minute ago was you're bursting at the seams, and I've seen giant stores be permitted to expand. So If you're getting bigger and you think you need to be, I'm with you, so yes.
Thank you.
What about the condition of getting?
I'm sorry, yeah. And I join in the condition stated by Commissioner DeLeon and now the chair.
And Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage because there is new development of new other retail opportunities in the area, and the applicant has been in business for a long time with a clean record. And I'm gonna vote to approve along with Commissioner DeLeon's condition of receiving approval from the municipality.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
For
coming
your
in.
time.
And Nicole, that's it in Buffalo, correct?
All right,
That is
all
it.
right.
All right, thank you. You can sign off.
Look at us, that was 1
Thank you.
hour. Okay.
All right, so moving on to Albany. First is 13 Newport Wine and Liquor LLC.
This is the one I get.
Okay. Do you
Yeah,
want to
I'm
make the
recused.
announcement now? or-
Yeah, I am recusing from any consideration of 13.
Okay.
All right.
Can you put your names on the record?
John Jocelyn. Last questions or not participation?
I'll just watch.
Okay.
Chris Moody. John Jocelyn.
And you're the applicants, right?
Yes.
All right. How are you guys related to each other?
No, we're not. No relation.
No relation. Okay.
I grew up with Mr. Moody's daughter. I've known the
Okay.
family for many years.
Okay, got it. All right. Wait, am I looking at the right thing? No, I'm not looking at the right thing. All right.
One of you is an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you're going to continue in your practice?
Yes, I am. I handle primarily transactional law, so I'm not in and out of court all day. I mainly handle real estate, estate planning, business formation, contracts, things like that. So for the most part, I'm at my office, which is a 30-second walk from the liquor store. And I have a full staff that's manning the office as we speak, so.
All right. Because the closest store is 11 miles away, and then there are other stores that are within 15 miles, but nothing within 10 miles. So I'm going to find public convenience advantage and vote to approve. This is going to be the first store in the town of Newport.
I concur with the chair. I'll also just note for the record that these two stores, which are 11 and 11.5, those are the closest ones, are showing a profit in 2024 over 2023. So, and also I was going to ask you the nature of your practice, whether it was litigation or training, but you beat me to it. So, with all that said, I concur with the chair and I vote to approve.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Can I ask just one quick question before we go?
Yeah.
Just because we're obviously new to this process, I was curious, now that we have approval, how soon we'd be able to get started? Or any insight? on that
Most
end?
likely, yeah, sure. Most likely next week you'll receive a conditional letter of approval. And you will probably have to comply with those conditions. And once you comply, we'll issue the license. It'll all be emailed.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 21 Northland Liquor and Spirits LLC.
21.
I think someone's in Albany for this as well.
He's my consultant.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
I don't know how
why.
you want to do it.
Is anyone else?
Mr. Soggs?
How are you, sir? Do you need to recuse from this one too?
No.
Hold on 1 second.
Wait,
Who all
who's
is
the
in,
applicant? You're the applicant?
I'm the applicant.
who all is in Albany?
Mark Bonner, 804 State Street LLC, in opposition.
Okay. Good. And the consultant's also in Albany. So, yeah, go ahead, put
Whose
your name.
consultant is in Albany? The applicant's consultant is in
The
Albany?
applicant's consultant is Albany.
Okay, got it.
Do you wish me to present or do you want me to?
No, just wait, just wait.
He's the applicant principal.
All right, so, can you put your name on the record, sir? applicant?
One more time.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Randolph Soggs.
Okay, can the protest and the consultant put your names on the record, please?
My name on the record is Mark Bonner from 804 State Street, LLC.
Christian Schaefer, consultant for the applicant.
Okay. The protest can go first. 804 State Street is the closest store, 1 mile from here, 1,400 square feet store. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'd just like to first comment that based on U.S. Census data, Watertown has 1 store for every 3,020 residents, which means that Watertown's density is twice the national average. Also, Watertown has a store in every quadrant of the city, with the majority of those stores being concentrated in the Arsenal Street area. Now, as you probably noticed, every store has declining sales. However, most of the business takes place in the Arsenal Street section, which is the major retail thoroughfare in Watertown. It draws from a large area, probably a several county area. Considering where we're at, it's the bigger city in the area. It also draws heavily from Canada. Even so, their sales are declining. Like I
Maybe
said,
not anymore, but yeah, for now.
Okay, and also recently there was a licensee at 420 Eastern Boulevard in my quadrant of town that failed due to lack of demand, and that was recent.
When was that?
That section of town.
What's the name of that store? What's the one that was denied?
It was at 420 Eastern Boulevard in Watertown. This applicant is at 144 Eastern Boulevard.
But you said it closed due to no demand.
It closed recently within the last year or so.
But it was licensed at one time.
It was licensed very recently, and the only reason my sales are going up is they didn't have much activity. My sales are going up slightly, and I believe it's because of that, but it's certainly not enough to warrant another store in that exact area. As an example, Northland Plaza, roughly half the storefronts are empty. There is a small grocery store over there, and I've noticed they've eliminated 2 full aisles of groceries in the last year. This is a high crime area. There's a lot of violent activity there. As a matter of fact, a previous liquor store licensee in Northland Plaza was robbed and shot and killed at gunpoint at that store. The applicant.
What store is that?
It wasn't something that was recent, but it was something that certainly happened. The gentleman's name was a Mr. Clock, K-L-O-C-K. And there have been violent incidents like stabbings in that area.
What store was that?
I'm not sure of the store. I saw the obituary. The gentleman's name is Mr. K-L-O-C-K. It was in the Northland Plaza. Continuing on, the applicant is remote. He lives in New Hartford, New York, and I think I saw on his application he doesn't plan to, New Hartford, New York, which is about an hour and a half away from Watertown. In addition, it says he does not plan to devote very much time to the business. I live in Watertown. I've been in business there 20 years. I contribute to the community. And on a personal note, myself and my family have been involved in a frivolous lawsuit since 2018, which was dismissed with prejudice as of about 2 weeks ago. And with prejudice, as I'm sure you're aware, is that it was without merit and without substantiation. That has affected my ability to do business and act in accordance as I normally would. That being said, I believe my store is generally well received in the area, actually very well received. I don't do a ton of business. Like I said, most of the economic activity is centered around the Arsenal Street area.
Sir, can I
Absolutely.
can I ask you a quick question? Does that litigation have anything to do with this application?
Absolutely not. It was dismissed, not at all, it was not in relation to any of my businesses.
No, it doesn't involve Mr. Soggs, or no?
No.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been over 2
And
minutes.
I just like to say that my footprint is well received. I've got a pallet style shelving in my store, which goes up 13 feet, which gives me a lot of extra storage. And I'd like to be able to do business as I normally would with this frivolous lawsuit being dismissed that I've been absorbed with since 2018. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Another opposition person.
No, that's the applicant's consultant. So if you guys want to start, however you want to.
Good morning. My name is Randy Soggs, and I completely understand someone's objection to another liquor license. Everybody would love to have a monopoly. I'd love to have a monopoly, but the reality is that's not what we're looking to do here, and that's something that we as a society have prohibited. So just to talk a little bit about, there's one store within a mile. Watertown, if you're familiar with it at all, is really bifurcated in terms of its retail. The vast majority of it is on what's the western side, where Route 81 is, where if you look at the addresses for the bulk of these liquor stores, they're all there. Amanda Coakley, which closed her more recent store on Eastern Boulevard, Eastern Wine and Spirits, told me she closed it not for lack of business, but for other opportunities she wished to take advantage of. As a matter of fact, she is helping me with our process, and we'll be working with her as a consultant in addition to Kingfisher that we have for the licensing component. There's no proof presented that that store failed for any reason other than she chose to go a different direction. And she also was she was approached and leased her premises. I'll speak very quickly about this information that somebody was killed there. I've owned Northland Plaza since 2005. That's actually the first time I've ever heard that story. I do not believe that is something that has happened within the last 20 years. I would know about it. Finally, what we're looking to do is we're looking to provide an alternative choice for the consumer. We have the vast majority of the residential component of the city of Watertown sits on the eastern side where this store would be located and where this gentleman's store is currently basically a mile away. We're looking to come in to highlight some of the New York State stuff. We already have relationships with Adirondack Distilling. They're going to be someone we're going to look to feature in our store, as well as bring in a combination of wines and other spirits. As for the violence, I can't speak to that. I've owned the shopping center for 20 years. There's been issues. There's never been, to my knowledge, there's never been anything that has been described here. And all we're looking to do is to replace the store that closed because Ms. Coakley chose to go in another direction. Thank you.
Could you speak to the Fort Drum? Isn't there a base housing somewhere? Not base housing. Isn't there a lot of Fort Drum housing near State Street?
There's a number of
Watertown, I think, fairly well. So
Can I add to this as well at some point?
I don't have trouble.
Let the applicant finish. We already heard from you, sir.
Okay.
I asked about
There's definitely soldiers that live in a variety of areas. There's an apartment complex, which is similar kind of over around the corner that I believe does market significantly to the military. Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain is a huge economic driver in the North Country in general and in Watertown specifically. So it's logical that that's part of the market because that's part of Watertown's market. But there's no owned specific assigned military housing to the best of my knowledge.
But for purposes of this record, Fort Drum would be on Route 12 south about how many miles?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I'll say
Commissioner?
about 10 then. Okay.
I think that it's probably something in that neighborhood.
Sir, I think that the objectant had a question. Sir?
Yeah, the majority of housing surrounding the store is low-income housing. I just wanted to comment on that. Also, Fort Drum is built a lot of on-base. They've focused on base housing. And so a majority of the soldiers have gone from living in the surrounding areas to living on base due to that construction. In addition, Fort Drum, so it's kind of made Fort Drum more insular since they built all that additional housing on base to catch up with the expansion. And because of that, there's been several liquor stores that opened up recently, very recently, in and around Fort Drum to service Fort Drum. And a majority of Fort Drum people, if they came to Watertown, would go to Arsenal Street, which is the area that he referenced there, the main shopping center area of Watertown.
Thank you, sir. Did the members have any further questions?
No.
I don't have any more questions.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay.
All the members are down.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We had a previous store at the location of 420 Eastern Boulevard, not far from this location, that surrendered its license in November of 2023. The applicant has indicated it's not for business reasons, but for other reasons. The opposition notes that there are 24,157 residents, and there are 8 stores servicing those residents. We had an interesting letter from Councilman Ovey.
Only?
Who it says in part that Watertown is a city with approximately 16,000 households, currently has multiple liquor stores primarily located on the west, north, and south sides of town. The proposed location would be in close proximity to an existing small business at 804 State Street, which has worked hard to establish itself in a competitive market. Given the limited population base, existing coverage of liquor stores in other parts of the city, I encourage the New York State Liquor Authority to conduct a thorough market evaluation to determine whether the area can support another liquor store retailer without negatively impacting local small businesses. Crime statistics that were provided by the opposition are significant and something to be considered. This is an applicant that says he will have 4 employees, but will only be at the location part-time. The application says that he will be the principal manager, but it doesn't indicate that there will be a manager hired. I understand that you are the landlord of the property. The rent is $2,700, but the investment is less than $25,000, and there are 4 employees. Most significantly, there are 5 stores within 3 miles. Out of those 5 stores, only 2 show an increase in 2024 over 2023. 3 of the other ones show a decrease. With that record, I respectfully have to deny the application.
Mr. Maya?
Yeah, on this matter, I'm going to make some notes that I know of since this is in an area of my practice. North of Watertown, for the record, is Alexandria Bay, which is a very busy area on the St. Lawrence River. Route 12, which is where I was indicating in my questions, is the main transit from all points south and east of Syracuse. You're going up Route 12, so it looks to me like Northland Plaza is the first stop. My own observations are there are a lot of off-base housing near State Street. I don't know the specifics, but I see a lot of uniforms when I'm on State Street on that eastern zone. I think it's not an insular place like there might be that I've stayed in Syracuse, a hilly area, but I don't know the circumstances of that 420 420 State Street. I don't know the circumstances of that. Mr. Sock stated that it had to do with taking another career alternative. I don't know what the record says. I'm going to accept what Mr. Sock states. I know of Northland Plaza, and I know that that's been there for at least longer than Mr. Sox has stated that he owns it. So I know that plaza, and I know it's the first stop coming off of Route 12. So, and I think if there was another store there now, maybe this gentleman with a lot of business experience could bring competition. So because of that, I do find public convenience an advantage, and I would vote yes.
And Chair.
All right, so I'm going to say again, we are not here to protect monopolies or existing stores, but all the closest stores are showing a decline, which suggests that there is no increased demand. There is a store within 1 mile. I do not see public convenience advantage, so I'm going to vote to deny.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Been denied. Thank you. So next in Albany is number 8, Liquor Everywhere LLC.
They're everywhere.
Number 8.
Everywhere.
Sorry, sir, if you want to introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. My name is Christopher Bertrand. I'm the applicant for Liquor Everywhere.
So there is a store that's very close to here. There is one protest on the record. I want to understand how close you actually are to this other store.
I do believe it's 1.6 miles.
Oh, 1.6 miles. Why does it show 0.08 miles in our record?
Oh, it may be. I'm sorry.
Okay. Which one is it? Maureen.
Salmon?
Yeah.
Salmon River.
49 Rome Road. Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
What's the question?
How far is the closest store?
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, it's 0.8 miles away.
Okay.
All right. So what are you doing differently from Salmon? Because the next store over, it's 10 miles away in a different town. So I don't know that this town needs 2 stores. Why do you think it needs 2 stores?
I think the public convenience aspect of it, because we are right downtown directly on the Salmon River. Pulaski is a tourist town. There's a lot of fishermen in the salmon season, which runs from July until the end of October, which is really big for all of Pulaski. I think public convenience, the walkability and the location of the property, which is located downtown Pulaski, I think that definitely helps the community, especially people that don't have vehicles that live downtown and live near the downtown district.
Okay, the protest is not in the room, are they?
I do not
River
believe.
Wine and Spirit?
I do not believe.
No, there's no protest in the room. Okay, I believe we have a written protest from them.
Hmm.
0.8 miles away. Okay, so are you doing something differently from them, or are you planning to sell the same products?
I think that we will definitely focus on local wine and spirits. I think that that's something he doesn't offer as much as we would. But like
I'm sorry,
said,
what? What are you going to be selling?
local wine and spirits as well as national brands. I do believe that he doesn't carry as many local products as we intend to.
Would you commit to a certain amount of New York made products?
Yes.
How much?
20%.
But you will sell a lot of the same brands that they do sell now, the major labels.
Yes.
I just want to look up.
This is a town of
something,
only 3,000 people, is that correct?
Yeah. And there's a store
I'll have some
right
questions for
there.
her. Okay, sir. I don't want to inject myself into this, but in a courtroom, we are permitted to bring in our ordinary life experiences. I also know your area very well.
Okay.
So the Texas Marina, Mexico, Pulaski, all that stuff.
Sure.
How many visitors come into Pulaski for salmon season?
From what I heard, I don't know for sure. I believe
I mean, you're not, wait,
100,000.
and I'm not making fun of you, but you're not a fisherman and you live in Pulaski?
Right. I don't live in Pulaski. No, I live in Syracuse.
Okay. All
Yes.
right. All right. That was not meant to, I was teasing. I wasn't meaning to make you feel bad.
No
Okay,
problem.
okay.
I do
All right.
believe it is about around 100,000 tourists.
Well, I would say more than that, but also
Or-
what
yeah,
about,
right.
what about the big, very kind of luxurious hotel for fishermen that's in Pulaski? Are you familiar with that place?
Yes, I do
Okay.
believe they are building that now. Is that correct?
Well, there's also some that are built. Okay,
Yes.
okay, I'm just trying to express that Pulaski's a little bit more than a spot on the map for about 4
Right.
months.
And I
Okay.
appreciate that.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Are you otherwise familiar, since you're from Syracuse now? I didn't know you were, I didn't pay attention that you were from Syracuse. Pulaski's about, what, 30 miles away?
Right. About a
Okay.
30 to 40-minute
But-
drive.
Yeah, okay, so tell us a little bit more, because what we're trying to find out is why we need another store there.
Okay. Well, like I said before, I'll reiterate and say that I think that, because we are located downtown in Pulaski, it's very walkable. There's a lot of festivals downtown, and then obviously the tourism, the fishermen, we're right on the river. I think that really makes it convenient for any tourists or any guests that pass through the town. And yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And if I could add, the other liquor store is located in not a very walkable portion of town. It's located right next to the highway.
Sir, you live 30 minutes away and you have a custodial business, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it indicates on the application that you will continue in that business and you will be the principal managing this store with 3 employees. Can you tell us how that's going to work?
Yes, sir, that's correct. So I do have other managers at the cleaning business as well. So that'll relieve me of my duties of managing the cleaning company completely, so I can focus more on the liquor store.
Yeah, but you're not going to be at the liquor store full time, is that correct?
I will be.
You will be?
I will be.
Okay.
How? You're not going to do your custodial job, or you have other
Well-
people doing that?
Right, exactly. So I'll have other managers in place. Not only that, a lot of our jobs are actually overnights.
Okay.
So that kind of frees up the days for me.
I don't know.
I think the one thing I see in this favor is,
It's going up.
yeah, like a 500,000.
But is it enough to justify 2 stores? That's 1 mile, less than a mile.
Must be a lot of fishermen. 500,000.
Thing is that it's slow for 4 months of the year. It's not about how busy it gets. So that's right.
3,000 people. I mean, essentially, it sounds like with that such a small town, that one store has a complete. Yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing a little competition.
Are the members ready to vote?
It's unfortunate, but they didn't show up.
Yeah. Should have shown.
Should have shown up.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right,
Go ahead.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I mean, this is a very, very small town, 3,000 people, and the one store that is, I have .08 miles away, is showing a profit of about $500,000 in 2024 over 2023. So I don't know if that's seasonal, just when the fishing season comes in or whatever, but for such a small location and one store making that amount of money, I have to believe that there is a demand there for another store, that it can support another store. And although it's not really relevant because the other 3 stores that we got numbers for are 10 and 18 miles away, I don't think that they all show a profit anyway, but they're significantly far away. And you are the landlord of the property, right? Is that correct?
I am the owner, that's correct.
Yeah, and significant investment here that you're making. So with all that said, I hope that you can make it work, and I am going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
I find public convenience and advantage, and sir, I'm also of the opinion, as others might gather, if there's some competition, you should be bringing it. There's, I believe, way more fishermen than you are speculating on.
Right.
And I hope that you will learn your market and your business will be prosperous. So good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve find public convenience advantage. I'm gonna hold you to the 20% New York products if the commissioners will agree.
I agree.
I agree also.
Thank you.
So you have to buy all your SKUs, 20% of it has to be New York made products.
Great. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next is number 9, SINGH, Inc., DBA The Wine and Spirits Vault.
Hi, yes, I'm Gurpal Singh, the applicant.
Hi.
All right.
No protest.
Yeah, there's no protest here. The applicant owns a convenience store.
Yes, the convenience store is about less than a mile away down the road, yes.
Okay, and you also are manager at a hotel?
It's a small motel that is on the property of the gas station convenience store, and it's seasonal for the baseball tourism. They for the 3 months, June to the end of August, they stay for about a week for the weekly tournaments there in Cooperstown, which is about 3 miles up the road.
You own the hotel as well, or?
It's I own it. Yes, it's a small motel actually with 15 rooms and basically mostly for the baseball crowd that comes in.
Right. So you own the convenience store and the motel.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
And now this. And how far is this from those other 2 locations?
This is just a mile, and I live across from the convenience store and the motel. So literally, it's on the same road within a mile. Yeah.
And your spouse, does she have a liquor store or no?
No, my wife is a teacher at the local school.
Okay. Do you have other family members that are liquor store owners?
No, none.
Okay. All right. I'm going to vote to approve. The next store is 5 miles away. Everyone is showing, the 2 closest stores are showing growth, but it's 5 miles and then 9 and then 11 and 15. So given that he is aware of the tourist patterns in the area, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Yeah, the closest store is 5 miles away. There's another store, 8.6, that's showing an increase. The closest store is showing a decrease in 2024, but it is minimal and outweighed by the increase in the store that's 8.6. So I will also vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay. Very nice, succinct presentation. I say yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. And I just like to add, since I'm here, is that it's an investment in my own local community that I've been a part of for so long, and I've really helped in various different ways. So nothing gives me a greater feeling than growing in my own community rather than taking my money elsewhere. So I'm much thankful for this.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. And that's it, right in Albany, Ellery?
That's it.
All right, thank you. You can sign
All right,
off.
thank you, Ellery. This is exciting. All right, here we go.
All right, so Spanish interpreters here? Awesome. All right, so we do have a couple items that need a Spanish interpreter, so I'm going to pull them here. It's first one is number 20, Atlantic Liquors and Wine Corp.
We just stop for 30 seconds.
No. What stop for 30
Just give me 30 seconds.
Oh, you need a 30 seconds? Okay. Well, can we just take a break? Sorry.
Actually, we're going to take a brief recess.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna do it
Whoa.
anyway.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the record shortly.
Yeah,
thank you.
Where do you want to go?
All right, so we are back on the record after a brief recess. I do want to remind everyone it is going to be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. But if you do get repetitive, the members do have the right to cut you off and basically move on. But again, we are going to try to limit it to 2 minutes. So the first item is the interpreter here. Where is it? Thank you. All right, and
oh, she's the good one.
yeah, and if you could just put your name for the record.
Which number are we on?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Ramirez. I am the Spanish English interpreter.
Thank you. So it is number 20, Atlantic Liquors and Wines Corp.
Yes, I'm Robert Romano. I'm representing Atlantic Liquors and Wines Corp. I'm here with Jorge Pereira, Mr. Paneca, excuse me. Mr. Paneca currently works for a Manhattan beer distributor, and if this gets approved, will immediately leave that position to run this location full-time. The closest store to the proposed location is a little over 0.2 miles, almost a quarter mile, 5 blocks away. There is a new license that was granted there. However, it is our understanding and belief that that store is not opened. It's not bona fide. Every time they go by, the gate is down, has not been open. They look through the glass, can't see anything. And it's been sitting there, I believe, non-bona fide all this time.
December of 2024.
This was, yes, issued December, excuse me, 19th of 2024. This store he's proposing would just be 303 square feet of retail. There is a larger storage component of 1,678 altogether. It would be an open store. It is adjacent to a beverage center, which he would like to take advantage of the purchasers there, obviously not the industry purchasers, but of the 35% of purchasers there that are the customers buying their beer next door can go walk right to the store next door, which had been sitting vacant for 17 years and has been a blight in the neighborhood. It will create jobs, tax revenues, and directly across the street from this store, there are 400 units already built and another 300 to 400 units being built in brand new developments directly across Atlantic Avenue. Again, the license issued December 19th of 2024. Is it our belief that that is not an open and operating store? And if we're here to answer any questions.
2 minutes.
That was very good.
Thank you.
I have that the landlord has a warehouse license at the location. And is he he's not the landlord?
He's not the landlord, no. They own the building, and next door is the beverage center, which is open and operating, and he has nothing to do with that.
See a resignation letter that he's intent to resign.
That would be a condition of the license.
There is opposition, but nobody's here today, right?
I don't believe so.
No one's here for Atlantic Liquors and Wines Corp. Are the members ready to vote, or do you have any questions?
So I would tell you that I'm not comfortable issue yet another store with the other one not really even open yet. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stores within half a mile. However, you are close to a beverage center, so I would be willing to hold it over for 2 months and let us find out what's going on with the other store.
That's fine.
And see if it's not bona fide and, right, everyone? Would you
And
guys agree to that?
I'm comfortable with that. I think they would have shown up today or made their point across today.
Said how long?
I would say
would be May 14.
May 14.
Okay.
Is that okay, Commissioner De Leon and Commissioner Maya?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. And we
Sorry,
have,
item 23, when is that getting held over
we have one more,
until?
ma'am.
Item 23?
23?
Yeah, is that like in May or when is that held over?
Which one is that? That's May 14th.
May 14? Okay, got it. Thank you.
Next one that needs a Spanish interpreter is 25A, Mike's Liquor and Wine, Inc.
May 14th.
And it looks like we have opposition for this one.
What was the number again?
25A. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Should I move the mic?
Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, put your names first.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of the full board. Argelio Rodriguez here. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Mike's Liquor and Wine, Inc. And I'm here with the principal, Abdul Al-Numi. And I'm also here with an interpreter for the applicant, Abdul Musleh. This is a request for reconsideration. The application was denied in the end of November due to the non-appearance by the applicant and the representative. The representative was an accountant who mistakenly believed that an in-person appearance was not necessary for liquor store licenses. She had predominantly done on-premise licenses and had gotten them approved without the need for an in-person full board appearance, and she incorrectly assumed that was the case for liquor stores. We apologize on her behalf as well as the applicant's behalf for this incorrect understanding, and we would like to proceed with our presentation that the public convenience and advantage is served by approval of this application.
Would you like to vote for, it's a request for reconsideration, so if the members want to first vote on that, or do you want to hear any more from the applicant?
No, I'm ready to vote on reconsideration. If everybody else is.
Okay. Yeah, for the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon.
Reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya
I vote to grant reconsideration.
and Chair.
Yeah, I will grant reconsideration.
And I do see we have the Mandarin interpreter. So if you could please mute yourself, and we'll.
Is that for a different application or for this one?
For a different one.
Okay.
So we're not quite ready, but I'll let you know. It'll be next for the Mandarin interpreter.
All right. Did the protesters speak last time?
It's been how long?
They did not. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you put your names on the record? No, can you let them go?
Yes, my name is Abdul Musleh. I'm the interpreter.
Oh, that's the applicants. No, we need the opposition to come up and put their names. Like, he already put your names on for you guys.
Wait,
Robert Romano representing.
If they're not requesting yet.
Oh, no.
All right, are you his friend or are you his interpreter? Because we can use an not unlicensed, it's just we have a interpretation process here when we operate as a state agency. And so if you really need interpretation, which I totally understand, there is an interpreter here that you can listen to what
I think it's a
she's
different,
saying.
what's language would you?
And your phone is like going off. Oh, it's a different language.
We have a Spanish interpreter for the opposition, and the Mandarin is for someone else. That's not up.
They didn't request an interpreter. Did you know that he needed interpretation?
I had assumed that we could bring some.
What is it? What is their language?
Are you guys related? Are you just his friend?
I thought
He's his friend? His cousin? All right, so I'm gonna say that I'm gonna just put you in the family category, but you have to put at the record that you're not interpreting for him, you're here to support him. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah? He does need an interpreter. Okay. All right, but he needs interpretation, right? All right, so we have to hold this over. Yeah.
Okay, Shannon.
I didn't hear you.
To hear from-
So we can't hear from the opposition because he needs to hear what the opposition has to say.
All right, guys, everybody in the room, you guys should know this already. When your client needs interpretation, you need to tell us, and Donald will arrange for an official interpreter. Unfortunately, as much as I understand that I am an immigrant as well, so I understand when it's better if my family member is interpreting, but for this purpose, we can't rely on that and have it be a clean enough record for us here.
Okay, do you know what?
So
I may have a solution. He's one of several stores. If he removes himself today, and I can just state on the record, and that's it.
I don't have interpretation for the applicant, sir.
But I'm saying, and then they use.
But she doesn't speak their language.
He won't understand. Oh, we have it.
What language does she speak?
Oh, it's Arabic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, only Spanish, right?
Sorry.
Okay, all right, so I know. All right, unfortunately, this item has to get adjourned till April 2nd. All right, I'm sorry, everybody.
I'm sorry, the first time I used this website, still kind of confused.
So, one second. We haven't gotten to you quite yet. Sorry, Miss Liang.
Yeah, I'm gonna know myself.
Okay, it's not your item yet.
All right. We're done with you guys. Sorry. Come back April 2nd. That's when it is. All right?
All right, sorry, everybody.
This, understand.
Do I need an interpreter? There's a Mandarin interpreter.
Yeah, it's not your turn yet, ma'am.
Okay.
Just wait for 1 second, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right.
All right.
Now it is her turn. But next one is number 5, Coney Island Liquor Warehouse Corp. So this is the individual that does need the Mandarin. Who actually needs the Mandarin interpreter?
What's that?
Who actually needs the Mandarin interpreter? So it's one person in opposition.
It's okay. She's with the interpreter.
That makes a difference.
Okay.
So this is the person that's going to be interpreting. That's our Mandarin interpreter. If you could say your name, I'm sorry.
What number is this?
Yeah.
Number 5.
How many Mandarin interpreter do you have?
I'm sorry, who needs the interpreter? Is the applicant?
No,
These are the
just
applicant.
one person that's opposition needs the interpreter.
Kevin B. McGrath for the applicant, Coney Island Liquors Warehouse, 1400 East Avenue, Bronx, New York.
Do you actually need the interpreter, Mr. Romano, or does she have her own? Because this is a little bit of a different situation.
That's why I
But
asked. Yeah, it's.
It's what?
She said she could help her to translate, but.
No, we just did this. Family members can't be interpreting,
Right.
so.
So that's why I asked for an interpreter.
Okay, great. So So it's one person in opposition. So what we're going to have to do, and since it's a virtual interpreter, short sentences.
Yeah.
Short sentences, stop, let the interpreter interpret in Mandarin, and then continue. All right.
I'm Robert Romano, and I'll have the opposition introduce themselves. They are 5 of the 6 closest stores. So,
你们这个介绍自己吧。
All right, so Miss Interpreter, here's how it's gonna work. You have to interpret everything. It's the
Okay.
opposition who needs the interpretation. And so you have to interpret what the applicant said on the record, which is introducing the applicant, and what his representing lawyer said. But we're gonna try to keep it short sentences, but you have to interpret everything to her as the proceeding is going on, okay?
Okay. Just introduce yourself. Just put your name on the record.
Hi, my name is Queen Yan.
Which store?
From Brother of Chain Liquors.
Okay, next.
My name is Hainan Chen. I'm from the New Discount Liquors at 1796 West Chestnut.
You're from which one?
New Discount
New
Liquors.
Discount, okay.
Hi, my name is Hector Ovales. My store is Ovale Liquor, 1568 Webler Road, Brown.
Valley. Okay, so let me just, sorry. Hold on, just 1 second. So Brother of Chen is the second closest store, 1,400 square feet, 0.3 miles away. O'Valley is 420 square feet. And it's the third closest store. New Discount is the 5th closest store, 1,300 square feet. Okay, go ahead. And then you are, yeah, you have to interpret that, ma'am.
就是说那个地址呢，有一个就是1400个平方米，对，还有另外一个就是个400平方尺的那个地点。
Hi, my name is Fan Chen. I'm represent F&M Liquor Store Inc.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Key. I'm from Circle Wine and Liquor, which is located in 39 Hugh J. Grand Circle.
Okay, Circle, you're from Circle?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the closest store. So just for the record, I have the first closest store, second closest store, third closest store, 5th closest store, and 6th closest store. Is
Correct.
that right?
That
1,
is
2,
correct.
3, 4, 5. 5 in protest.
That is correct.
Okay, and you're representing all of them?
All of them.
Okay.
Each and every one. What we have here right now is 8 stores, and it would end up resulting in 8 stores in a half-mile radius. The closest store would be just a mere 727 feet from my client's store, Circle Wine and Liquor Corp.
就是有8个商店啊，就是说大概都是在个半个公里之内，所以有些店就是要不能开。
The sales of all the stores in this area are flat at best, and in most cases declining. What's
大部分这些商店的销售都是有下降。
The size of this store is what stands out to me here, of 4,513 square feet.
这个店的面积啊，大概就是说大概500多平方英尺吧。
And then finally, and then I'll let a couple of the people behind me speak. The principal here, if you look at the experience, it really was a cashier at a store for 9 months, and that was, I believe, a year and a half ago, and ended in October of 2023, and really did not show in the application any relevant business experience.
就是说，大概这个 主持人也在这里，因为这个收银员啊，就是说他有9个月的经验，但是半年前都已经离职了。
And that leaves me with a question of, do they have the experience or are they being transparent?
所以我的问题就是说，你们有经验吗？你们对这个问题有没有就是说公开出来，是不是透明的？
And then in the interest of time, I'll have 2 or 3 only come up and tell them that.
我会大概有2、3个代表进来说一说。
Hello, my name is Key from Circle Wine Liquor. I believe I'm the closest location which they are trying to apply to, which is around 700 square feet distance from my store.
这个就是说，他现在是最近那个申请的一个人。
So I understand that they get a lease from Parchester, which I believe belongs to Parchester, that building. So, but we lease from a private landlord, which we pay around 25,000 monthly already.
就是说你们想出租那个房啊，就是我知道你们可能想租那个地点，在1个星期之前，但是我已经付了，就是说25,000块钱的，这个好像佣金了。
And we have 4 staffs, including me, will be 5. So I
我
don't
们
think
有4个员工，包括我自己5个人。
I don't think the size of their store, which is 4,000 square feet, right next to me, like literally 1.5 block away. I don't think I can afford it for my utilities, my rent, and my staff.
就说还有另外一个店呢，就是大概离我有一个1公里半个远的地方，大概也就是大概两个街道那么远，但是那个地点我负担不起。
Sir, are you saying that there is something unfair in your lease situation compared to their lease situation?
就是说我现在
No,
问你，就是说你跟他租还有他们想出租，是不是那里有不公平的待遇？
well, I don't know how much they pay, but we pay extremely high rent in Parchester, which we lease for a private landlord. Not
就是说，
What
我
did you
不
rent?
知道你们付多少租金，但是
Well,
我们
we pay
会最高的基金。
$22,000 monthly for the rent and
就是
the property
我
tax
们
together.
I'm sorry, and the what?
就是说我们
Property
付大
tax
概
and rent together is
2万
$22,000.
大概我们付个22,000块钱1个月的月租，
22,000 per month?
包括
$22,000 per
税
month.
包括税在内。
So we pretty much just break it even. Sometimes we lose money.
One
就说
apartment.
有时候我们
Okay,
我们这收入
Yeah, this is-
也就
I'm
刚刚
sorry.
平等，有时候我们就是失去就是收入都不够。
Okay, just how many apartments?
One store.
One store
就
and
是那个就是一层楼的，
and what?
That's it.
No. I'm confused. $22,000 is the rent, correct? Yes.
那个租金就是22,000块钱1个月。
For what? What are you renting?
For the space.
No. I'm trying to determine. I thought you said there was something else you were renting for that 22,000.
But no, just for our store, our rent.
就是我
And he pays the real estate taxes.
Oh, that's what I did not understand. Okay, thank you, sir. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
You said if I can just ask this gentleman one question. You said that you pay a private landlord. It sounded to me like you were making a distinction with whom their landlord is.
就是我
Is there a
们是
distinction?
直接付给这个房东的，就是
Because in Parchester, there's for my understanding part, okay, I'm not sure it's true or not, but for my understanding part, there's a lot of commercial properties, the buildings, they are owned by Parchester, not private landlords. Everything owned by private landlord over there is extremely expensive.
商务用的，但是我们
I have no idea.
如果那些地点呢，就是如果用来
Okay, thank you.
商务用的话，那个
No, he's saying that there are some people that rent from the town.
So,
Well, it's not the town.
I don't mean to point at you. Which store is yours, sir?
Circle
Nine.
Wine Liquor.
Okay.
He's the closest store.
Okay, Circle Wine is 22,000.
那个 Circle Y， 它的那个就是最近的商
Chester
店，
is an owner of a lot of the properties up there. I think that's
Maybe we'll have one
Who's
more.
next?
Independent private.
那里有很多
I understand.
很多商店。
Rochester is not a town.
Ovalle Liquor Store. Okay.
Not in the
Wait,
Bronx.
let me find you.
为
Ovalis.
什么
okay.
开那个
I just want to ask,
Westchester
开那
Square
个
area.
卖酒的店呢？
is he being interpreted also?
No,
Okay,
I believe the store is going to be affected.
okay. How much is your rent?
The new list is going to be made 5,000.
5,000.
就是我付租金是5000块钱。
That's because it's a bigger landlord.
Go ahead, sir.
You can go
Yes.
ahead.
So I believe that my store is going to be affected because my rent, I told you 5,000. So every
就是
year,
说
200 every year. So the list. So I concerned about because and it's going to be a warehouse. My store is going to be
这个
down.
All
Unaffected.
right, let the interpreter go, please.
我这个租那地方大概就是说3000，也就大概是5000块钱一个月，我是用来就是做开店的。
It's 5,000 more. Not.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I got.
I think for 200.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, we have one more speaker.
Hi, my name is Queen Yang from Brother of Chen. I understand when we open a business, we have served like a public convenience. But during the store, they try to open on the Coney Island discount. Around the area, we already have more than 5 stores, which is already served the community. So I don't think we need any extra store for, to serve the committee.
就是说
Okay, let the interpreter go.
我就是说那个就是说我们那个 Coney Store Island 那个店了，我相信那里已经有5个店了，5个相同的店了，我们就不需要再开的更多相同的那个店。
Plus, when you check our like every year of selling histories, it's decreased every year. So it's going to be hurting our business at the same time, We have to.
就说这个销售的历史啊，每年都有所下降，这样对我们的生意呢是会有影响的。
So I hope you guys can deny it.
I have one question. for
Yes.
you. What is your rent?
4,800.
Okay.
我费就4800块钱。
But my store is very smaller than the Circle, Circle and One.
就是说我的店呢比那个 Circle One 的店比较小一点。
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so are we ready for the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, all right.
Kevin B. McGrath. Kevin B. McGrath for the applicant.
这
I'm
是
here
说
with
是一个非洲的，这是一个申请人。
Again, short.
I'm here with the principal, Tatiana,
Tatiana Chomyak,
and with the prospective manager.
就我是有这个店的经理来说。
Okay.
Can I ask a question before you start? What is the date of the promissory note? What is the date of that note? Do you know it?
就是你是哪一天是收到那个条子的？
I think like 8 months ago.
Okay, so do you know the month that you signed it?
这个8月之前吧。
And on council,
What is the question?
I'm wondering why we don't know more about the promissory note now. So I want to know an approximate date. that it was executed, and money was exchanged.
就是说我们想知道那个确切的意思，就是说
The applicant
被个停的。
It's November 2023.
November 2023, a note
大
was
概
filed.
是，结果
So
到了
she's
也
personally
就是
responsible.
Who is Jacob
2023年。
Polopsky?
I'm sorry.
Who is the lender? Who is Jacob Polopsky, sir?
It's a family friend, but it's in the corporate name.
那
And
个
he's a,
Jennifer 是一个家庭的一个朋友，
and he's a dentist.
同时他也是一个牙医。
Okay. He's an investor?
他是一个就是投资人嘛，
He's a friend and he lent her the money.
He lent her $200,000.
他是一
He
个
lent
朋
her
友，
$200,000, yes.
一个朋友这个借给他大概个20万的钱。
Can you tell us the terms of the loan, sir?
那个借款的条件是什么呢？
I will submit a copy of the note.
我是
It
送交
wasn't,
一
it
个
wasn't requested prior to this, but
You can't tell us if there's any interest on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
那个就是说，你能不能说那个借条有没有那个利息在上面？
You can't tell us if there's any interest to be paid on that loan?
就是
Oh, yes,
我
there's
我把那个
interest.
借条
Interest to be paid.
复印本弹出来，但是它有一个利息的。
Like about 2020.
I will submit, there's a question, I will submit the note to the,
Let me ask
to
you
the
a
chair.
question because I want to know this.
上交那个借条啊，
Does she know the interest on that promissory note today? What is the interest on that note?
那个借条上面那个利息是多少？
She just said she does not know.
Okay.
but
Does she
I-
know, I'll ask two more questions. Does she
我再
know
问
the
两个问
term
题，
of that note today? Does she know the term of the note today?
就说那我再问一下，你知道
How
那
many
个
years
就
or
是
months?
借条有什么条件呢？就是要有个多长时间呢？
the
就是
term.
要有个几个月啊，还是几年？
Commissioner, she doesn't know,
Okay.
but I will submit.
Last question. It's okay. Last question.
My husband says
Does she know the payment, the installment payment amount on that note?
但是我再问一下，他知道那个分期付款吗？就是在那个借条上的分期付款是什
Rather
么？
than give you,
No, I know that, but I want to know if she knows the answer today. What does she know what the installment payment is today?
那他不知道那个分期付款
she
的。
does not know.
Okay. Has she made any payments between November and today?
就是说在11月11月到现在，他有没有付借头的钱呢？
no.
No.
Okay, thank
没
you.
有。
All right.
How would you like to proceed?
I'm ready to vote.
Oh,
I'm ready to go.
我现在
All right.
我现在会开启就决定了。
I'm obviously.
To satisfy the public convenience and advantage, I submit to the commission that 4 out of the 5 stores
It's okay.
are bulletproof stores. The only one that's not bulletproof is Circle,
All right, let her
New
translate.
Grand Circle.
Can you let her interpret?
也就是说，我现在为了大众的方便呢，就是说在5个商店之中呢，有一个是被确认的，就是那个 Circle 的那个商店呢，就是不被确认。
Okay, go ahead.
This is a store located within Parkchester. It's the only one that's in Parkchester. The closest store outside of Parkchester is Circle, which is on New Grand Circle outside of Parkchester. we pay rent of $13,000 a month to the manager of Parkchester as the owner
One second.
representative.
就是说这个那个地点呢，就是说在那 Hodges 的那个地点呢，就是唯一，就是说他已经付了13000块钱一个月给这个租金给个经理，他这个就是现在还没购买。
We are going to offer an open store, not bulletproof. It has 2,000 square feet of retail space, and the rest is on the second level, which is down below, for storage. It will have ample opportunity to invite the community for wine tasting and also lectures on liquor and spirits and wine. It will.
All right, sir.
Okay. It will introduce a larger.
我们会提供给这个店呢，就是大概就是有2000英尺大的尺寸，就是这个商店呢，就是有2层的商店，就是我们要这个一层呢，就是用来这个储藏物品的一商店，就是说我们就是说提供这个社区的那个品尝酒的机会。
I just want to correct, 2 of my client stores are in Portchester.
Okay.
Excuse me, I was just told that 2 of the stores are in. The map indicates that they're not in Parkchester. They're outside of Parkchester.
Let's just agree that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stores within half a mile.
他们就是在那个 Parkchester 的外面。
Can we agree to that, Mr. Romano?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
大概有好几个商店都想被购买。
We're going to offer to the community wine tastings, which is not available.
我们会提供这个社区一个品尝酒。
An additional opportunity for lectures that will be advertised to the community to educate them.
Is there anything else?
就是说，我们同时会给一些
With reference to
娱乐的机会，就是说给他一些广告，让可以给社区一个广告的机会。
With reference to Brothers Chen, if you project the 2024 income, they exceed 2022 and 2023 substantially. When you look at the new discount liquors, that also has an increase over 2001, 2002, and 2003, substantially increased, as well as Circle Wine also has increased there. When you project out on a 12-month basis on the figures that the objections show, those are increased from 2000 to 2001 and 2023, 2020, 2021, 2023.
Thank you.
就是说，我说这个同时啊，这个布拉的券，他就是说这个也就提供大概2240块钱这个租金嘛，但是这个租金呢都有所提高，在2021、2023年这个租金都有所提高。同时这个 Circle Y 呢，这个酒呢，同时这个在1年之内这个租金都有所提高。
All right, are the members ready to vote?
我们现在要看看，我们做选票了。
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay.
The two factors here that I think weigh against this application. One is my
Two.
concern over. Go ahead, interpreter.
就是说有两个事实呢，我想投这个反对票，就是说我担心的地方呢。
One is the lack of knowledge over a promissory note of $200,000 and the terms of that note.
就说那个20万钱20万那个借条。
And other and perhaps more important at this juncture is the fact that there are 8 stores literally within a half a mile. So a store of this size.
另外呢，一个就是说，我说还有一个就是说，另外一个地方呢，就是说在这个交界区啊，就是说有8个店啊，相同店就是在1英里之内。
With 4,513 square feet, 2,020 of which are dedicated to retail. It's very large. I don't think
这个4500英尺的这个店呢，这个对于一个商店来说是非常大的。
I don't believe is needed in this location that is so saturated.
我认为这个地方呢不需要，因为这个已经太多了。
I also have not heard of anything that distinguishes the products that would be sold here from perhaps what is already being sold in the area.
我想也就是说，我想知道有什么东西商品就是与众不同的，能够在这里销售。
For those reasons, I respectfully deny the application.
所以因为这些原因呢，我对这个申请拒绝。
Commissioner Mayan.
On my part, this goes to many ears in the room, council and representatives. I am not inclined to, although it's a factor I consider, protecting existing businesses is not, that factor is not in itself determinative to me. I like competition. My big problem with this case is the fundamental analysis of this business plan having to do with financing could not even be answered. I find that, to me, I find that remarkable. And I know one thing we try to do is find out who's involved and where the money's coming from. And sir, I find it remarkable that she has absolutely no idea how she's going to pay this $200,000 back. So for that primary reason, among others, and I'm not considering the locale of the other ones as much as the chair or Commissioner DeLeon might, but that's a very big factor, and for that reason, I'm also going to deny.
All right, I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't find public convened. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. 就是说我作为在这个区域的一个咨询员，一个咨询员已经很多年了。为了保护商业，还有就是说，还有作为一个市场的一个竞争力啊，就是说，还有我想知道，但是你呢？对于他对这个基本计划，他对这个基本计划对钱哪里来啊，都没有答案。就是说，包括谁就是谁加入这个计划之中呢？这个钱从哪里来呢？就是说，这个20万块钱，你都不知道怎么样可以还清这个钱，所以。就是为了这些原因，我也否决这个申请。
And Chair.
All right, I'm going to vote to deny. I'm not going to find public convenience advantage, citing all the reasons the two commissioners suggested.
所以我也否决，因为我发觉这对大众没什么方便之处。
All right, thank you. Have a good day. All right, and you can sign off, Ms. Liang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So.
All right. Next is now if you're able to move the microphone closer, is it on?
Mine was off. I forgot to turn it back on.
You can turn it back on because they're having a hard time.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Next is number 1, S&D Liquor Inc.
Oh boy.
S&D Inc. Okay. Number 1, right?
Number 1.
Robert Romano with Jolie Beam and Ashvin Patel. Yes. And there's opposition.
So you're the applicant? I'm sorry.
The applicant, yes.
Is that on? I couldn't really hear it. Can you pull that closer to you and just kind of say it again? I'm sorry.
Jolie Ben Patel.
No, that's, Jolie Ben Patel, who is the principal for S&D Liquor Inc., applicant.
Thank you. And the opposition?
Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi for the opposition. I'm representing Yonkers Wine and Liquor, LNZ Wine and Liquor, Y&Y NY Liquor Store, Warburton Wine and Liquor, and Cut Price Liquors.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
All right, so I have 5 protest letters. You said you are representing
Yonkers, LNZ, Y&Y, Warburton, and Cut Price.
Gotcha.
Okay, and those are all the closest stores. So I just want to point out that this is a removal application. The applicant now owns the building that they're moving into. All right, go ahead, Mr. Buscemi.
All right, do you want the licensees and whoever else is here to put their names on the record?
Sure.
Hi, how are you? My name is Shaolin. I'm from LNC Wine and Liquor Corporation, 185 Ashburton Avenue, which is the closest one.
Store. Okay.
Same side of the street, 3-4 blocks down. That's it.
And they're moving closer to you?
Yes, from 8/10 of a mile to
Yes,
2/10
ma'am.
of a mile.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Yan Chen. It's 133 Lake Avenue, the Y&Y NY Liquor Store. So the location will be 0.8 miles far from here.
Sorry, what's the name of your store again?
Y&Y NY Liquor Store.
And I don't have numbers for you, so.
The location is 0.8 mile far from my store.
Okay.
133 Lake Avenue.
All right. Do you have a sense of where his numbers are at, Mr. Buscemi?
Hold on, let me see if this process.
We didn't ask him for it, so he's not owing me anything. I'm
Y&Y, I
just
see
wondering
a
while
gross
he's
sales
here.
letter issued by the Liquor Authority to Y&Y.
We have it?
Um,
Okay. Let me
And
see.
it's discussed in my submission.
Okay.
The gross sales, It's discussed in my submission, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
great.
when,
All right, great.
whether you have it or not, I don't know, but it's dated November 24th, 2024.
Great. Okay, go ahead. Next one.
Next.
I'm Hui Qianli. I'm from Yonkers Wine and Liquor INC, 33 Palisade, Yonkers, New York, 10701.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? Andy Marte, Warburton Wine and Liquor. Corp.
Okay.
Anyone else? Who else here?
Hello, judges. Roger Kelman. I'm a community resident on Ashburton Avenue. Former police officer, honorably discharged veteran. It's just a matter of concern because recently I've been becoming a counselor for people who are fighting drugs and alcohol.
And this location is less than a block from that.
Sorry, say that again. So what's the public safety concern? Can you just restate that,
Yes,
sir?
there's a rehab center, like a block away, and one of the persons who attend that is here today. And once they come out, they can literally look at this location. And I heard one of the judges say that they are fond of competition, of course, but these people are competing against, the drugs and alcohol, and it's right there as soon as they come out. That's my only concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we're not judges, but thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, good morning. My name is Trella McCutcheon. I'm a resident of Ashburn as well. Been here for about 6-7 years. What he just said, St. John's Rehabilitation Center.
Okay. Do you work there or?
No, I go there.
Oh, you go there?
Yes,
Okay.
I do, every
Okay.
single day.
Okay.
I have been going to the store on Ashburn. I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Okay.
My thing is, the reason why I am here is because putting that other store is putting like forget about the monopoly. It's just like you already have one liquor store on one block, right? So there's a rehabilitation center for people who has forget about alcohol, like anything far beyond that. And the same location. So why would you put another liquor store beyond that, like
Okay.
in between? So I don't
Which store
understand
would
why.
be closer to the rehab center?
The one that
It's
the one
coming
like
in.
on Ashburn and Palisades, where they want to go, there.
Okay.
That's the one very close. I'm talking about like you walk out the door, all the clients and everybody's coming out. That's the first thing you're gonna see.
93-95.
Okay. That's the problem. Thank you.
It's a big problem.
All right, thank you for showing up here for this.
I'll proceed. I stated who I represent. The applicant has applied to move to a 2,366 square foot store with 1,634 square feet of retail space. The applicant's current store is a 1,200 square foot store. The distance between the current location and the proposed location is 1.5 mile, including S&D. There are 11 stores liquor stores within a 1 mile radius. It should be noted that the board in 2024 disapproved Locust Liquor and Spirits. That was a 650 square foot store. S&D did oppose that application. It was disapproved on public convenience and advantage. S&D's proposed location is a 1/2 mile from that, 0.5 of a mile. 3.5 years ago, the Liquor Authority also disapproved MAQ Mag Wine and Liquors based on public convenience and advantage. That store was a 1,600 square foot store located 0.3 of a mile from the proposed location. Further, I want to point out that there seems to be some discrepancies in the gross sales letters.
Can I interrupt you for one
Yes.
second before you go on to that? But in that July of 24 proceeding that you're referencing, they were only 443 feet away from Yonkers Wine and Liquor.
I'm sorry, I'm having
They
trouble.
were 443 feet away from Yonkers Wine and Liquor then, and now, let me see. And now they're going to be a half, so they're moving this.
0.4 of a mile.
This removal is farther away.
Yeah, for that particular store, yes.
Okay, when you agree that this removal is farther away than every store but L&Z?
No. Well, I'll go through that.
Okay, you go through that because
Yeah.
it looks like that to me.
I have L&Z, Warburton, and Y.
I only see, okay, so
Okay,
you're saying there's
but-
two that it might be closer to?
3.
Okay, you'll show me that.
Yeah,
Okay,
oh,
thank you.
sure, of course. And I'll just proceed. Okay, so you had the two that have been disapproved in the past. MAG was a 1,600 square foot store, which both the stores that were disapproved is substantially smaller than the store here today. As I started to indicate, there are some discrepancies on S&D's gross sales figures. I presented that in my submission to you, so you can see that. Also, this question of when it was in opposition, it said it's not a bulletproof store. We've provided S&D's current location, which shows that it appears to be a bulletproof store. You have that as Exhibit B. Now, the reasons as stated in S&D's application for the removal are that, and I quote, concerning scaffolding on the building and construction work, quote, which is disturbing the licensee's business. Now, it should be noted the removal application for S&D was filed September 17th of 2024. My clients did some research on the construction aspect of this building. The facade work on the building, which required the scaffolding, was completed October 11th of 2023. And we provided you in Exhibit C, the documentation on this. My client also just...
I don't understand your point. What does it matter that when the scaffolding was done? So what?
Because all the client filed this application for removal. It was submitted on September 17th of 2024, long after all the construction work was done, a year, and its reason for the reason for the removal is stated in its application was that this construction work is currently disturbing its business. When the construction work was done a year before it filed the application.
Yeah, but he owns the building that he's moving into.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what does that have to do with construction work at the current building?
You're saying that the stated reason for the removal is...
That's the stated reason for the removal. It's obvious that that's not the reason for the removal. The reason for the removal is simply he wants a store twice the size. They want a store twice the size.
Okay.
And you have all the documentation there. So I think, applicants should be held to some standard
of not lying to the
on applications. Now, to get to Commissioner Meyer's point of distances and whatnot, I'd like to discuss that next. L&Z, they're moving closer to L&Z. That would be the closest store they're moving to. L&Z is 0.8 of a mile away from the current location. It would be 0.2 of a mile. When we look at L&Z, it's has decreasing sales since 2020. Their sales are about $550,000 a year. The store is substantially smaller than the proposed location. The proposed location would be about 2.5 times or more. The retail size would be 2.5 times more than L&Z's retail size. Yonkers, the store would be, the proposed location's retail space would be about 2.5 times the size of Yonkers liquor store. From 2021, Yonkers has had declining sales. The total square footage of Yonkers is 1,100 square feet with 650 square feet of retail space. Cut price, they're moving further away.
It has been over 2 minutes, so if you...
Okay, sir.
I'll wrap up.
Yes, please.
They're moving further away. The other stores that they're moving closer to address Commissioner Myers is Y&Y, from 1/3 of a mile to 0.8 of a mile, and Warburton from 0.9 to 0.7 of a mile. They're moving closer. These stores show declining sales and flat sales. To finish up, the population is down in the zip code. 2020 population was 68,704, while current population in the zip code is 66,871. And further, there has been little residential construction within that zip code. We provided you that documentation in Exhibit D.
So tell me what your read on population is.
I have within that zip code population is, and I gave you the documents, 68,704 in 2020. Current population is 66,871 within the zip code. That's in my Exhibit D. I believe
I
some.
get it. I just want to know if you think it's going up or going down. It's more helpful if you just be straightforward instead of computing numbers.
Current population is, it's flat. I'm sorry, flat. I meant to say flat.
Where's Y&Y on this? I don't have it as one of the nearest stores, and I'm not seeing it on the map.
Y and Y.
Just help me with that.
Y and Y.
You made a comparison of Y
It's
and
like
Y.
the
I see it in 7/18/24. I
Two-
don't see it showing up on this.
It's not, it would be 8/10 of a mile from the proposed applicant. They received the gross sales letter, submitted it to the liquor authority. Y and Y is a 500 square foot store with 450 feet of retail space. The proposed location would be 3.5 times the retail space.
No, I understand but where is it on the, do you have this on, I don't see it on.
I mean, I can give you their gross sales letter. I mean,
133 Lake Avenue.
133 Lake Avenue.
Okay, I don't see that on my screen.
Have it on the report, so they're
Yeah.
number 7.
They're number 7, okay.
Number 7.
So they went farther away. Okay, that's what I.
Y and Y, oh, if that's what you're asking, Commissioner.
Yes, they are now going to be farther away if this
Y
application.
and Y, no, Y and Y was, currently is 1/3, and they'd be 8/10 of a mile
We're
away.
not anywhere here, and I'm told that they're not within the top 7 by,
Well, they have a gross sales letter, so I don't know what,
okay, well, in any.
I mean, I have it in my file.
To whatever ultimate relevance that will have in the factors, okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh. Well, going on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. All right, sorry. You have a couple of things to add?
All right.
Hi, I'm Charlene. I'm from LNZ, which is the closest one. Now, my Anthony had mentioned, they submitted the application at September 24. And then they would mention that they were, Nano were doing the construction and with all the scaffolding, it bothered their business. But actually, I went to building department of the youngest. It had to give me the paper and it shows 1 year before they already the scrapping already done. All the construction was complete done. So they submit the application 1 year later. What that means. Second of all, there's the multiple location they have on this. Their current location, multiple stores are vacant, commercial space, and mobile for rent. Why they don't want to go either over? Why? They did the first move at 2016 for neighborhood move, but they don't want to this time.
Okay.
Why?
Let me just let the record reflect that you're showing us a photograph and you're saying that this is their present location.
Yeah.
And that the stores next to the location are all empty.
Actually, on the same location, they are at 19 North Broadway. One next to 27, Cross Street, 18, 6, and 30-32. 4 locations on the same block. I don't understand why they don't want to do that if they say they're bothering them. And they did a move, neighborhood move at 2016. That's their second move. And then it was out of board, out of June, and so close to me, like less than 5 minutes walking.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
the picture I want to show you, that is the lot. That's why you look at their address 93-95. They have two buildings. One building sit on 2 lots. That's when they double size. The lot size over 6,000 square feet. The building size about 2417 square feet. And then there's a comparison of the store size and the retail size. Their store size is 2,366 square feet. Retail 1,634. It's much, much bigger than all of us here. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times than Y&Y. I don't understand why they want to do that. They did it purposely because they buy the property, they saw the big space. They even register S&D. Their liquor store called S&D, Liquor Incorporation. But the property called S&D Warehouse LLC. They did it purposely. They saw the commercial space, they bought it, and it's big enough for them to do the warehouse. The third one, like what they mentioned before, the small spot is all at Ashburton. Small box is the new location they pick. The big box is the 111 Ashburton Avenue, which is St. John Riverside Hospital. When they did, it's a detox and rehab hospital. Does it make sense to issue a legal license right next to it? So what do you think about people go for a treatment?
Do we have these documents already? Or are you going to submit them?
I did my research.
This I just saw this morning, so.
Oh, okay, but what I'm saying is, you know, her saying it, we don't have it as evidence or you know, so you might
But
want
you
to
have her,
turn it in.
her statements.
Okay.
You have her statements, but I didn't see this until this morning.
Okay.
So I submitted what I had to you in my
Yeah, 'cause it's
submission,
not- the camera's
which
not
shows a
picking
lot
it
of the building department stuff.
Just describing it. You should describe it. All right, go ahead. ma'am.
All right, the last thing I want to talk about myself. We've been in the town 13 years. Excuse me. We've been support youngest police department over 8 years. Excuse me. At the beginning of the year, we don't make too much, so we don't support too much. So some my business loan pay off, everything pay off, so we increase little by little. So we got all the sticker, we got a car, we got a badge. So I'm still working on to get a placard, you know. The end, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just not clear what that was last part. What did she have?
I'm not sure.
What's the police department?
It's a badge.
She got a mini
May I
badge.
go watch something?
Oh, it's like a good member badge.
Something that,
Yes, I can support youngest police over 8
right, yeah, these are.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I support the community. I don't take money and put in my pocket.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to add something. Andy Marte, Warburton Wine and Liquor. And Commissioner Maya, I 100% agree with competition. I am the newest business owner newest liquor store, less than 2 years, license issued in Warburton. So I'm all for it. I am in full support of L&Z Wine and Liquor because she is the one that's going to be the most impacted out of all of us. It is evident by the location and the vicinity to the business. I would say, you know, that the other key to this is a removal application. This is not a new license. It's deliberate to be able to move to any location they chose to do. And they bought this building with the intentions of actually moving the store there, undermining the other businesses in the area, right? I'm all for public convenience and advantage as well, which is why I got into the business, you know, and I'm thankful for being granted a license, but I bought an existing store, which I have improved. And looking forward to improving as I speak. But, you know, I'm in full support of L&Z Wine and Liquor, and I think her business is definitely in jeopardy after 13 years to heavily be impacted. So that's all I got today.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, again, Robert Romano with Jolene Patel. This, as you know, is a removal application. They did not, when she started her store, was it 25 years ago?
Yeah.
They had no intention, master plan to build a store and move it and increase the size. With regard to the construction that timing is alleged, I believe most of the construction is complete at this point, but the relationship with the landlord soured to the point that they will not renew the lease, which is running out at the end of this year. And they had to find an alternative location. And when I looked at the numbers originally, I thought there was an error, that there was a store 289 feet according to LAMP, 289 feet away, cut price, and another one 625 feet away, Yonkers Wine and Liquor. And that's as you know, that's like a heavy pinpoint concentration of stores you rarely see. So this removal application is removing that and stretching out the stores with relief. Now, will somebody get a store closer to them than there is currently? Absolutely. But if you look at the overall numbers, right now, I took the 4 closest stores because that, for some arbitrary reason, happened to be 4 stores we use at the Liquor Authority hearings for years. The 4 stores are existing at 5,039 feet apart, if you added up the distances. This move will bring it to over 8,000 feet, an increase of 3,000 feet of distance between the stores in the area. And, you know, they are looking to increase the size of the store, but that's mainly going to be wider aisles, larger cashier. There will be some extra shelving, but they're not doubling in size. The building they purchased, which I think is a testament to her belief in Yonkers and the business, they purchased the building not for a little bit amount of money with the intention of moving the store. Did they put the horse before the cart? No, the cart before the horse, possibly. But what they're doing is they believed strongly, and I do as well, that a freestanding building that has 10 dedicated parking spots will right there, you have public convenience and advantage. You don't have right now the parking situation, street parking where they are. And I just want to point out to Mr. Buscemi that you said a store is moving from 1/3 to 0.8 of a mile away. That's farther away. And they do have a 25-year record of unblemished operation of a store in Yonkers. And they believe in Yonkers. They believe in this location. I believe the distances are really adequate, more than adequate, to allow them to move to this location.
I have a question,
Sure.
Mr. Romano, and I have to commend the young woman that came here and shared the fact that, you know, she's in rehabilitation and struggling. And I'm not going to say struggling, but that she admitted to the fact that she is a person who's making use of this center, which is an important thing.
Absolutely.
And as you know, part of the duty that we have here is not just to promote business, but also to promote temperance.
Temperance, correct.
Let me ask you, does the applicant sell any merchandise by the pint?
By the
Pints,
By the pint.
small bottles of liquor.
The center is over a block away.
Is it, say again?
Someone's alarm is going off.
Someone's jacket.
Oh, thank you. So those small bottles, those pints, and maybe even half pints are sold by the applicant?
Yes, currently, yes.
You can understand that being a concern to the center, right?
But this is in downtown Yonkers with the center over a block away. There is a hospital in the area as well. If we start putting limitations a block away from, I mean, we're going to get a significant
I
percentage.
understand. I wanted to get something on the record about
Absolutely.
it.
Oh, sure. No, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I do appreciate that. And I think you
All right.
should just want to say a few words, if that's.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jolly Patel. I own the S&B Liquor Inc. Been over almost 24 years. And the reason to try to move is landlord wanted to put the beam inside the store, which is 1.5 years ago. And he don't want to compensate or nothing. And he has to reapply again for do everything again. So I didn't let him do it from the inside because I'm gonna lose the whole business. So he told me, Ms. Patel, you have 1.5 year lease. I wish you luck. So since that, we start looking the building wherever we can find around that area so I can move because I don't want to wait until my lease get finished and I get no place. So, and we see the building and we negotiate, we find the building. That's the reason we try to move in.
Thank you.
And we do have the 10 parking and everything.
We try our building or street, we try all building to buy. Nobody wants to sell because all big builder bought that all property. So they're not gonna sell me.
They don't want
so
it.
wherever I can find clothes, I got that sign and I call and I buy it.
And just again, the intention here was not to secure a building and assure themselves of removal. They took a chance and they're taking a chance, but they believe in the store and they believe in Yonkers.
All right, thank you. Are the members ready to vote? You've already, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm going to correct one comment that I made when Commissioner Chair Fan asked me. I said the population was flat. I looked, 2020 was 68 and change. Current population is 66 and change. So it has gone down.
All right. Are the members ready to vote? All the alarms are going off.
If everyone else is, I'm ready.
All right. All right, go ahead. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Well, first of all, I really appreciate the presentations from both sides. This is not an easy call. Some of them are easier. This one is not as easy as others for me personally. So I just want to note the following things. You know, first of all, this is a move that is technically further away. And it is a move that the applicant has indicated is made out of necessity. They have purchased new property. Now, I did see council's submissions, the photographs recording that this is bulletproof when it was declared that it's not bulletproof, the issue of the scaffolding and kind of indicating that that was the need when I'm getting a different story now that is concerning. You know, these applications have to be truthful. I'm not saying that they weren't untruthful here, but I did take note of those submissions.
There
on
is
the
a
part of-
plexiglass sheet, but that's it.
Okay, it's not, from what I saw in the photo, you just can't grab the merchandise.
No, they can go in for the wine. I buzz it. only liquor I serve.
Okay, well.
That goes for the wine in.
Okay.
All right.
I accept what you're saying. I think the fact that this space has 10 parking spots does go to the public convenience and advantage, which, as we know and has been repeatedly stated, is the standard here that we are to apply. Absent the issues with the application, these are applicants that have no adverse history, and that's very, very important. Regarding the sales, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores that we got numbers for, 4 out of the 5 had increases in sales for 2024 over 2023, from what I can see. And although this retail space is going to be larger than 3 out of 4 stores there is one store that is larger at 2,500 square feet of retail. I asked about the products that are being sold, which are concerning in light of what we heard here about the rehabilitation center. But I don't know that it's enough for me to deny this application. So I wanted to make a full record so that everybody understood that I do find public convenience and advantage, which is the standard in the law that we apply, a move that's being made for necessity for applicants that have had good record with us and that have actually purchased property. I will support the application and vote yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya.
I agree with everything, essentially everything that Commissioner De Leon stated, but I need to add something because of the way these cases are decided. And it's Attorney Buscemi here, who has given me the legal scholarship as to how I look at these package stores. You have cited in the past matter of Hub Wine and Costco Wholesale, and all of those are instructive. I'm not saying those cases are exactly on point, but the literal distance is not something that's a factor. And the protection of existing stores we talk about a lot. We're not here to protect other stores. And I compliment Attorney Buscemi and Attorney Mailer because that's the legal scholarship I bring to this chair that the seat that I'm sitting at. So in addition to the 24 years that Mrs. Patel has a perfect record, the location, which I don't find to be causing more of a cluster, it's maybe dispersing a cluster. I'm going to approve this removal. And thank you for your scholarship.
And Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny. I'm not going to find public convenience and advantage. There's first a loud public safety concern here. It's rare that we have people in recovery that comes to our board saying this is not a good thing for people using the rehab facility. I take that seriously and I respect that. While we draw a conclusion that we're moving further away, we are not moving further away. We're moving 2.2 miles within another store that exists essentially on the same street. So I'm not going to find public convenience and advantage. All the stores are doing lowering numbers. There is a declining population in Yonkers, and so I do not see a need for a larger store. I vote to deny.
But the application is approved. So thank you. Have a good day. Next is 25B Celery Inc.
What is it, 24 what?
25B.
Oh, boy.
Is there any protests here? Who's the protests?
There's Wetnick and the individuals over there.
Okay.
Mr. Swetnick, did you receive a copy of the request for reconsideration? Because I see that.
No.
Okay, do you want to handle that?
Did you make a request for it?
I don't know. They're here, so you didn't see? I don't know what.
We received the scheduling notice. That was the first notice anyone got.
But did you make a request for the actual request for
We made a
reconsideration?
FOIL request, yeah.
And did you get it?
Not yet.
Did you ask? There's a separate email for the full board. Okay. You typed the one that's before you, before us right now, right? Come for a memo.
Yeah.
Never mind. We can.
I mean, that's the first thing I saw, that there was a claim that didn't receive the request for reconsideration, which is the first thing.
I don't know
we
when
have
it
to
was
do.
submitted. I mean, I know that 7 months ago.
It was duly
denied.
submitted.
7 months ago was, I know we were before you and it was denied. And then we got a notice saying it was gonna be on.
Do you want to read it before we go?
Pardon me?
Do you want to read before you go?
I believe
'Cause
Mr.
you should have
Swednick
taken the
had-
time and requested ahead of time, but to the extent that we're here, do you want to see a copy of it? We can go through our process and get you a copy.
Please.
Okay. All right, please do your work before you come here. All right, Donald, please.
I'm having a hard time even opening documents right now,
All
so
right.
I don't know how we're
Can
gonna do
you
this today.
Send it to David for redaction and then, do you have a copy of it?
I have additional copies of another item. I have a copy for myself. I didn't bring copies, but we have electronic copies. I believe we could forward out. The board, does the board have a copy of the
We're not-
request?
we're having difficulty producing it for Mr. Swetnick, but do you have any problem with allowing him to read your copy?
Oh, I absolutely have no problem other than the fact that I'm going to be using it to accompany. I thought I saw
I know,
Mr.
but you're
Swetnick
gonna sit
reviewing.
down and you're gonna let him read it.
Sure,
and
let's do
then
it.
we can come back in 15 minutes. How's that?
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As long as you don't think there's any confidential information that's in your document that he
No,
cannot see.
he's welcome to review it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, second call for this one, please.
Next is 16-338 Wallabout Liquors, Inc. 16.
Okay, Thomas E. Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss.
Philip
With me is
Karras.
The applicant, Philip Karras. This is an application for a package store to be located in East Williamsburg in Brooklyn. And the proposed store will be the only 100% kosher liquor store in that area of Williamsburg. It'll carry an inventory of 80% kosher wine, 20% kosher spirits. It's the only liquor store on Wallabout Street, that's its address, a street which runs from the Brooklyn Queens Expressway to Broadway. That's a distance of 2.5 miles.
Is that north or south Williamsburg, just so I know?
East. Oh, north or south way? Oh, the street runs?
No, no, sorry, I'll look on the map.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The closest liquor store is located on 108, 110 Tompkins Avenue, which is a half a mile from the proposed store. 5 of the 8 closest liquor stores are bulletproof. The population of the area has increased by 8.3% since the 2010 census and 28.2% since the 2000 census. There's a considerable amount of new residential construction in the area, with hundreds of residential units already occupied. I included photos of those in my submission. The proposed store will be located in a newly constructed condominium building that is part of a new 4-building development with over 400 residential units. The proposed unit is a block away from a huge kosher supermarket, Fudu, which is also located on Wallabout Street. The latest sales figures for all 8 closest stores are trending upward. The applicant, Mr. Karras, is experienced in liquor store operations. He was the manager of a liquor store, Midwood Wine Merchants, and the owner and operator of a liquor store, 208 Franklin Liquors. There is one
What
protest.
happened to that store?
He sold it.
Why?
He wanted to make money.
And then now he's applying for another store?
Yes.
Okay, how far away was that store?
Over 10 miles. But it's one's in Long Island. This is in Brooklyn. Over 10 miles. 11.
Okay.
Okay, there's one protest letter
And
from.
where do you live, in Brooklyn or in Long Island?
Yes, he lives on Avenue N in Brooklyn, about
10 Avenue N.
30 minutes away from the store.
And you surrendered, no, you didn't surrender, you sold it. Okay. What year was that?
The end of 2023, like December, really the end. The year ago. Year end. Like
So you
14
sold it
months.
and then applied for this one?
Yeah, 4 months later.
So there's one protest letter from the Grain and the Vine. This is the 7th closest store. It's 0.4 miles away. It's not 100% kosher, and it claims to be trending downward in sales. But when we look at their gross sales report, we see that they are trending upward.
Where was the store that was sold? In the same location?
Pardon?
Long Island.
No, Long Island.
Yeah, he had a store on Long Island with his father. He sold it.
So he's the only You propose to be the only 100%?
100% kosher in that area.
You know why I'm asking South Williamsburg, right?
East Williamsburg.
So,
You know how they call it? I
Yeah,
thought.
you're in East
I don't,
Williamsburg.
I'm not from here, so I could be wrong. I'm.
Yeah,
I
now
don't-
they call it East Williamsburg.
Oh, okay, but.
Just to distinguish
You
it
know what
from
I'm saying?
Williamsburg.
I think there's two parts to it.
I mean, do you understand my question?
Could you repeat the
North and
question?
south?
Williamsburg has a little bit of a dividing line.
Yes.
You're in the, what I call the South Williamsburg, and you're the only kosher place.
Yes, in that area. yeah.
Okay.
There's a significant Orthodox Jewish population. Isn't there a significant Orthodox Jewish population?
Definitely
Yeah,
huge.
That's why I'm
what
asking.
catering to.
And there is no other
So-
store that sells kosher goods?
Some of the closest stores do have some kosher goods,
Right, but they're
but
not
nobody has
100%.
100%.
But it's not like people cannot obtain kosher.
You
Well,
got a
they have
few products.
there are a few products.
I mean, he's gone to all these stores and found a few products, a few SKUs, but nothing like 100%.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLeon, for helping me with my question. Yeah, that was my question.
The concern here is within 0.3 miles walking distance from what I've seen in the records of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stores.
They all don't carry kosher, and they don't, they have no.
But some of them do carry kosher
No,
products.
I
They may
won't-
not be exclusive, but they do carry.
Right, so I checked, I went there, they really have like a bottle or two, then they don't. the
That's a
clientele-
lot of liquor stores in less than half a mile.
Right, but I'm.
That's a lot.
I hear that, right,
But
it's
none
not-
100% kosher in a very
It's not my
large
clients.
Orthodox
It's not my
Jewish area.
customers.
What else you bringing?
also-
What
they're
else
also
are you
both-
bringing to the competitive environment in South Williamsburg? What else?
I'm saying also those,
Other than the kosher, what else?
I'm not being
What's
bulletproof.
going to make your?
He's not bulletproof.
Um,
5 stores are
we
bulletproof.
have,
Okay,
again, we
okay.
do a lot
gonna have
of
an
wine
open store.
tastings, education on wine, more. That's what we're gonna be doing. The whole kosher neighborhood, those 4 buildings they just built in the last year and a half, they have 400 or 500 families there that I think.
When you say
I mean,
kosher building,
I mean, Jewish Orthodox.
Okay, okay.
I mean, the Orthodox Jewish
Okay.
community, they're growing over there.
Yes.
That's who they're gonna come to my store.
you're saying there's 4 or 5 more buildings in the
Just-
vicinity of your
no,
place?
just in that block, right?
And when
Yeah.
you say, as you first said, and I do believe I know what you were saying, kosher building,
I'm
buildings,
sorry.
buildings with Orthodox.
Yes.
Yeah.
The majority of, not 100%
Who
of
are
the population
probably kosher,
will be Orthodox
Yeah.
Jews.
or are kosher. Okay, I understand.
And right across the street from Fudu Supermarket.
From which one?
Fudu is a
Supermarket.
huge kosher
Okay,
supermarket.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's a kosher, I'm not
Yeah,
familiar
all
with.
kosher.
Okay,
They're
so
also
you're right in the, you have kosher residential buildings and a huge kosher food store.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm catering to that
Okay.
clientele. They have nowhere to
All
go.
right.
I mean,
What was
they go
what was
further
your
out.
prior experience? I know it's in here, but just tell us.
So when I had a store from 2021 till the end of 2023 was when I sold it. And then before that, I worked in Midwood Wine Liquors for a few years.
Yeah.
For 2 years at least. So I have good 5 years experience.
Okay.
At least.
Thank you.
Where do you reside, sir?
I'm at 1210 Avenue.
Avenue N in Brooklyn,
In Brooklyn.
about 30 minutes away.
Members ready to vote?
Had that of all the closest listed on the report, none of them have stipulation.
None of them?
No.
None of them have
Okay.
stipulations. But, we do have a concession that kosher products are sold there. And it just stands to reason because I know the community in that area.
Yeah.
All right. Members are ready. Commissioner De Leon.
And the $65,000 investment is coming from a joint account with your father?
Yeah, from that sale.
Was your father in the business with you?
They owned it together,
They
sir,
owned it
yes.
together? But he's not a part of this
No,
application?
sir, he has nothing to do with it.
Well, are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm
Are you ready?
I'm ready. But it's a tough one, you know, sometimes it's just not easy, you know. When I look at the numbers, there are, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, out of those 8 stores, 7 made more money in 2024 than in 2023. There is an increase. Some of them marginal.
But
some of
still,
them-
they are
some of them-
trending
some of
upward,
Some of
yes.
them a little more. And I understand that, you know, he's going to focus exclusively on kosher products. That is.
Yeah, what could be more of a
community
convenience?
That would, you know, relies on that.
Yeah.
But we already have stores that are selling that in
But
that
it's not
area.
enough, not 100%.
Well,
It doesn't give them a real choice. This gives them a real
It's
choice.
hard to believe that it's not enough with these gross figures.
I know.
Because there's a lot of liquor.
All the 8 kosher stores listed are not,
There's a
the
lot.
Jewish
of-
communities don't go there.
There's a lot of liquor being sold in that.
And there's a lot of bulletproof stores, 5 out of
Yeah,
8.
I get that. But we're talking 8 stores, not even within half a mile of walking distance. 0.3.
Okay.
That's a lot.
But he's in
That's
the
a- that's-
middle
that's
of the
really-
Orthodox Jewish community.
It's a whole.
He's offering 100%
All right,
kosher.
can you just let him vote? This is not an argument.
Oh, no, he's
Please,
talking to
please.
me.
Yeah, no. It is a difficult choice for me, you know, but respectfully, I just cannot put another store in there that's going to sell products that are already being sold there with that many stores in such a condensed area selling so much alcohol. Yes, we want to promote this industry. We want to do it responsibly. And we do have, you know, nobody ever talks about it. Very seldom do you hear it mentioned, but we do have an obligation to promote temperance in conjunction with facilitating business. Some people might say there's an inconsistency there. You know, we try to do the best that we can with what the law requires. Respectfully, sir, I'm going to have to deny the application.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Maya?
Yeah, I approve, and I think you made a nice presentation, especially bringing to the attention those 4 buildings. Would you stipulate, I will say this, but I approve subject to a kosher stipulation, 100%.
100%.
Okay. Then that was my vote, is as stated then.
Chair?
All right, all the stores are showing seriously declining numbers. This is a really large store. The applicant had a store which he sold right before this. You could have applied for a removal, but you chose to close it
It's different.
and apply for a new one, and so I'm going to vote to deny.
The application's denied. Sorry. Oh, no, that's not yours. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good. Is celery ready, Mr. Swinett? All right. 25B, Celery Inc.
Again.
Chair Fan, esteemed commissioners, members of the authority, my name is Darren Stakey. I'm a partner at Sir Tillman, Ballin, Adler, and Hyman. I'm here today with the proprietors of Celery Inc., Brendan and Catherine. And Celery Inc. we're here on a reconsideration request.
All right, so this is a reconsideration. Let's vote on reconsideration first. This store was an upgrade request from July of 23. A long time ago.
July 12th.
This is a second reconsideration request because the other one was already denied for reconsideration.
Can we just clarify there was a little procedural issue. The SLA has more than duly rectified that, which brings us here appropriately today. I won't get into the mechanics of it. I don't think it's relevant. I do believe and represent and verily believe we're appropriately here today. And this is, in fact, the first proper reconsideration at this point. And in connection with reconsideration, this board may grant it when it finds new and additional facts that are presented that weren't considered in connection with the original decision. And here, I have dozens of facts, but in the interest of the board's time, I'm going to keep it to the top 10, and you can stop me at any moment.
Okay,
And
so let me just clarify. Last time when you guys came for reconsideration, you hadn't received the.
we hadn't received, that's correct,
So
Chair.
that is why then they subsequently in between that denial, and now they have received the written disapproval, and so they were sort of granted the possibility of asking for reconsideration again. So let us vote on reconsideration. Where are you at?
I vote to reconsider.
Commissioner Maya.
I vote to reconsider as well.
And Chair.
Okay, I'm gonna vote to reconsider as well. Okay, so you can just take us.
Sure,
Where did
we'll
you go?
Well,
I was like, where did you go? All right, so
Yeah, I'll
Mr.
step
Stradnick,
back.
why don't you go now? We're reconsidering this application. Go ahead.
The only thing since the original application or the last application, which has changed, is now they are saying that they will limit the goods that they will sell in relation to liquor.
10%.
And that they will not buy from certain distributors. All the findings of this board remain the same. That the applicant has not demonstrated the granting of application would serve the public convenience and advantage. And you talk about the location, that there are at least 5 existing stores within walking distance of the applicant, with the 3 closest stores all on 3rd Avenue or right off 3rd Avenue. As a result, we do not find that the applicant would be add to public convenience. Further, you state furthermore, there is no evidence that there has been an increase in demand for alcoholic beverages. All those things which are in your August of 24 denial of the request for reconsideration remain the same. The only thing that's happening is they're saying, well, now what we'll do is we'll limit the alcohol that we'll sell. But the reasons that you denied the reconsideration remain the same, and that people should not be able to keep modifying their applications till they find something that you will find acceptable. Again, if they want to not buy from certain wholesalers, that's one thing, but that's a different application. That's not reconsideration of this application. And we think that their application should be denied because the facts of public convenience have not changed. The number of stores, the sales in the area, the proximity to other stores, all remains the same. All the reasons you twice denied this application remain the same. The only thing different is now they want to say, well, what if we don't buy from certain wholesalers and sell liquor from
Yeah,
others?
that is a concession they can make, and that is change. So,
I
and we
don't think
already
it's a change in
closed-
facts.
We already voted to reconsider, so that's kind of moot at this point.
Well, it does not change the fact that the other stores are still within the proximity.
I
It
understand.
does not
So
change the
why don't
fact
we
of the
focus
sales
on
of the
that?
other
Why don't we
stores.
focus on why their application to upgrade from wine to package store is not in the public interest?
Well, when they were originally granted their application approximately a year ago, you made it with the very
So
clear.
give me the dates here. The disapproval of the upgrade was July of 23, and then when was the denial for the reconsideration?
Official denial was issued August 8th, 2024.
I understand, that was when we sent you the document. When was the, July of 24, okay.
Correct.
No,
We were
no, that's
before you.
okay. Okay. Okay.
So sales have
So-
not changed.
So tell me what has, if
Nothing.
anything has changed since July of 23, which is when we,
No. Sales have continued to decline in some of the stores. The location of the stores has not changed. All of that is the exact same.
okay, but if it's further decline, then it's not the same, it's further decline, sir, right?
Well,
So which one do you want to argue? You want to argue that it's the
It's
same or
basically-
that it's declined?
From this application, you're using all of the sales figures from the last one.
From the 23?
Correct, from when you were here in the summer, 24.
Okay,
So those numbers reflect the same. I don't have them all in front of me, but I believe they were all flat to declining. Because, you know,
Okay,
some of
so
them were
where are
declining.
you now
because
between 23 and now? Why don't you tell me something I don't already know?
I
What's the number from 23 to
don't
24?
think you sent out that request to anyone, so I don't know that I have.
I don't need to request it. They're all standing here. So why aren't you telling me what I don't know already?
That was the most recent one, or was it?
Yeah, you can check that one. You have another application for another store in the area, TRD, which may have the figures in it.
Today?
Today. Just 2 blocks away.
Okay, that's number 6.
All right.
Okay. Good. So you want us to consider the numbers that we have for this application here?
Well, those are going to be the most recent numbers. They submitted them for TRD.
Right.
Sir, you have to try to represent your clients. It's not for us to look this stuff up. Like, I'm asking you to give us the numbers and you're like, oh, you have it in your records. That's like,
I think that the problem is that we weren't aware that CELLARY was coming back until just a few weeks ago. So there was no new gross sales request for this reconsideration or.
I get that.
And
I
we
understand
didn't
that, but
understand-
you're protesting them upgrading. So you have to tell me what your sales numbers are. And I'm looking at now your sales numbers. They're actually all showing growth. So what are
they're
you
not.
saying?
I know they can't all be showing gross. Because I know Henry Hyde's went down, and we argued last time that we thought the decline was because of the opening of CELLARY.
I'd have to agree with the chair. As you know, I do the math. I do the math. I take whatever number I have for 2023. I take whatever number I have for 2024, the number of months. I divide it, I multiply by 14. And when I do that, all of the numbers for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stores are up, with the exception of one. And that is the Gomez store, and the decrease there is about $15,000.
Henry Hyde's number, I believe, went down also.
I have Ben's, Gomez, Henry is a protest store, and actually no. In 2023, they reported $958,872. In 2024, they reported $329,466 through May 14th, 2024. Because that is on the short side of May, I multiplied by 4, divided by 14, they're up over $1 million. Yeah.
No, your sales up over $1 million.
I do that.
All right, so those are the facts. Do you have anything else to say?
No, just we don't believe any of the facts
All
have
right, I've
changed.
never even seen this. You guys are pretty much safeguard the fact that there is another application, and now I have numbers. All right, go ahead, sir.
Respectfully, council is mistaken on a few counts. Primarily, there have been a lot of changes. Even setting aside the specifics of the objectors, the people have come out today to object to growth. There's just been a lot of change that's happened in New York City, in this area, in Bay Ridge specifically, but I don't anticipate, I wouldn't expect you to take my word for it. I am going to make representations based on my review of public records that you can independently check on your cell phones, but if I may approach, I've, for the convenience of the board, compiled, these are not documents that were procured or prepared by CELLARY Inc. They're all public records. You'll see from city, state agencies, or obviously you'll see from the
You know
front.
you can't do that, right? You can't give us like 300 pages.
Yeah, just for the record, council has submitted.
Well, I did research.
At least 2 inches worth of documentation.
Which is also why I, out of respect for the board, didn't want to force you to print out public documents.
Did you send this to us before? Because we have a process and there's a deadline for supplemental materials.
Yes, Chairman Fan, the substantive documents, the actual substantive submissions that support Cellary's application were submitted timely. The documents I'm providing here are just public records, which you can look up on your phones. Title 9, Section 52.8 of the New York Code gives you eminent authority to do so. Also, longstanding appellate authority like Rios v. State Liquor Authority, 32 AD 2nd, 995. It's a case from 1969. And additional cases say that the SLA has the discretion and ability to take notice of these exact documents, and as well as their personal knowledge, and that they can put bear on it. And in fact, in the Rios case, they actually said the SLA has a duty in a situation like this to actually consider it. So in any event, the
What is it?
You received notice. You received notice of the full board meeting.
I know, but
Yes.
did you submit this
Chair
electronically?
Fan, the court, the
I'm
board
just
is.
asking you, did you submit
I
this electronically?
did not. I did not. And the board is
All right,
free
give this to
to
them.
not, to.
Look, you can't do it this way, guys. You've got to be prepared here. There is a deadline. You should have submitted this electronically.
Fair enough. And the only reason that I've provided that was just so you would know that there are bases for my representations as follows. Bay Ridge specifically has had significant changes in the makeup and demographics. The New York City small
I
businesses.
think we have to make a decision as to whether we're going to consider this application now in light of this filing and.
I would.
Hold on. And which I believe Mr. Swetnick is saying he has not seen. Is that
Right,
what
you
you're
just
saying?
handed it to me, but I,
And we haven't seen it apparently.
right, so I could.
And I'll happily withdraw it. The only purpose is I'm going to quote statistics that are in there. And I just didn't want you to think that I, on my own honor as an officer of court or anything else, to rely on them, that those numbers are exactly what's in these small business
What do you wanna do? You
administration
wanna read
reports.
I think we should lay it over, and I can read it, speak to my clients and not have. it-
Irrespective.
No, it's not done here. Then it's the third time for reconsideration.
I know.
Have you actually looked at this?
None of these,
One second, one second. Have you actually looked at these? Like, were you bid at all?
No, there's
Yeah.
no way.
And if he didn't,
Too much stuff.
if it wasn't
No.
submitted.
and board members, please understand that these are just publicly available documents that you could see by
I
yourself,
get
so
it,
I'm
but
happy
you
to
can't
withdraw
come in
them.
with a pile of documents and hand it to us. That's like not the process here. And I understand you may not be familiar with our process, but it's not also fair to the opposition. So I'm going to adjourn this, okay? I
Chair,
also
can I
want-
just
I
withdraw
also
the-
want your work to be honored as well. Like, it's important that the board also get a chance to review all of these documents and understand the development in Bay Ridge. So April 2nd.
April 2nd, okay.
You guys don't have to come back if you don't want to.
Send it to us. All right, it's in the email, the send supplemental is in the notice. It's FB supplemental. So you can send all of it so that you can do it. And to request them, the email address is boardinfo@sla.ny.
Just give them a copy of it now.
It's already done.
But to have copy of anything.
Can,
No,
thank you.
you can't. I mean, you make a choice here. If you're gonna bring in hundreds of pages, I've got to take the time to read it.
Commissioner De Leon, you okay with that?
Yeah, April.
April 2nd, thank you.
Yeah, April 2nd. Commissioner Maya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We have multiple copies. You gave it back? Give
I
me a
give them back
copy of it.
because, well,
Thank you.
can you please still send that
It'll be
email?
fun reading.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Send it email. Thank you. Sorry. Just make sure to send an email. 4-2.
4-2.
4-2.
If you need to adjourn it, you can do 4:23.
Yeah. Wait, Frank, is yours adjourned too? What? Yours adjourned?
No, no.
All right, let's hear,
Next,
what else?
next I signed in is number 10, Hungover on Hudson, Inc.
Donna, are these,
Number 10.
are these people here also on number 6?
That's true. How do you guys, no, number 10 is the next signed in we can consider.
You're asking for, yeah. Good afternoon. Robert Swetnick. This is for a new application. Pardon me?
Number 10.
Yes.
It's for a new application for a liquor store on Hudson Street. Its closest store is 3 blocks away, but it's going to be a very different type of establishment in the sense that it's going to cater to high-end merchandise, I'll say high-end wines and liquors. Probably a bad analogy, but it's going to try to be what the old Sherry Lehman was. That I gave you a submission, which I believe you have, which shows that directly across the street, Disney has just opened a 22-story building for its headquarters, which is supposed to have 5,000 employees. Also, I gave you a submission showing that recently Publicis, Horizon Media, Barron & Barron, Google have all moved into the area. David Yurman just signed a lease for 150,000 square feet, and there's a 28-story residential development going in right there. The closest store, which is 3 blocks away, is very different because, number one, it sells different types of merchandise, and I don't want to say it's operated as someone's hobby, but that they are not open Sundays. They close by 9 o'clock every night.
Which one?
Pardon me?
Which one?
Hudson's liquor and wine and.
Oh, wine and spirits?
Yes.
Mrs. Rennick, there's are you aware that there is a long history here that is possibly suggesting availing or commingling with another existing store by the same DBA? Are you aware of that?
No, history is, it's not, there's no license yet, so I'm not sure what you mean.
All right, look, before you come here, you have to request documents for your own clients.
And we requested all the opposition, and we have it. And
You can request everything that the members.
You don't have the cover memo from licensing?
it's cover memo, which talks about her father had put in an application, and there was an issue because she had owned some property with him, I believe.
Right.
Right.
I wasn't supposed to be on the SLA application nor on the contract of sale for the business, only the property, which I have now sold my portion to be able to fund my own liquor store.
Okay, so you are aware of what our notes say?
I don't believe I said there was an availing. I just said that there was an issue with her father's application, which I did not represent them in. As a matter of fact, there's a falling out between she and her father, where she and her husband, who used to work for her father, no longer work there for over a year. So there's not, I don't know, when you say an availing, I don't know who you think did it, but her father put in an application.
Contract
And
I hate to do this,
was amended to
but I would like,
LLC, a corporation.
could we just meet with Shannon for a minute?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry for a delay, but
All right, we're gonna take a break and talk to council for 1 second here.
Okay.
thank you.
We're back on the record after a conference with council. There is one person that is in opposition who's here right now, if you want to hear from him.
Sure.
Right now.
Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Himanshu Turakia. I'm at Hudson Wine and Spirit, 165 Hudson Street.
You're the licensee?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I already sent a letter
Yes.
earlier. Only thing I wanted to add is the last year, 24, you have only like until May, the number,
Yeah,
but it was not a great year.
yeah, what
We
do you
were
think you
down
did year end?
937.
Okay, so it really actually
And
continued to go down.
And there are two other stores. I mean, they wanted, one is in out of country, so he couldn't join.
And what's that?
That's a Wine Hut.
Okay,
Okay. And then there is another one, small store, Cool Wine on Canal Street. He was supposed to come, but the trains were delayed. And he said, I'm going back to the store because there's nobody to open the store.
Just so you know, your store, and the wine store, the stores that you mentioned, for me, all show projected downward figures for 2024.
And I'm 3 blocks away from this new applicant. It's 3 minutes it takes to walk. And they were talking about the boutique wine or whatever. I'm not carrying, they want to carry, but we have a 2 store. There is a 1 store, 1.5 block away from me, south of me, very next block on Hubert Street. It's called Wow Wine. Okay, that's their specialty, the boutique wine and boutique spirit. There is another store on Hudson Street, south of me, Tribeca Wine, which has been there for many years. There is, I mean, the numbers are so bad. Even these 2 months, nothing is going on. Manhattan, whole Manhattan is bad.
yeah.
We are not doing great at all. And the real estate and the rent is going up every month. It's very hard to maintain and keep it.
Yeah, how far is this? This is 1 block away?
3 blocks,
3 blocks away?
Yeah.
But on the same side of the street?
same side, same side, same street.
And
Yeah.
describe the area. It's a residential street, right, Hudson?
Residential, we have like a 2 big building. Now David Yerman, he's talking about that Yerman is right across my street, my store, okay? So there were 2 buildings, the big building, which was 200 Hudson and 205 Hudson, which were totally commercial,
Okay.
okay? After COVID, hardly anybody comes because it's a 3 days a week and everybody, it's a marketing company is big and everybody is working from home. So many places are empty. So my only business remains is just the resident.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't believe that there was ever an availing issue. I believe what happened is that the applicant with her father purchased real estate, and at the same time, the father was purchasing a liquor store. So there was an issue then as to what she was on, and I didn't represent him at it, but I believe I clarified. She only was purchasing an interest in the real estate, not in the liquor store. That was considered by the board. That application of the father was approved. Basically, as I stated previously, the store, which is 3 blocks away, closes early, has a very limited merchandise, is not open on Sunday. What the applicant wants to do is basically go high-end, build, I don't want to call it a luxury store, but a high-end store similar to the reputation that Sherry Lehman used to have with high-end liquors, high-end wines, not really be competing against the existing stores that are there. She basically grew up in the liquor store business. Her father had one where she grew up in California. She knows the business very well. I have letters of reference from wholesalers and distributors who know her and her knowledge. She and her husband, who had previously worked for the father, had a falling out with him. They are not associated with him in any way, haven't been for over a year.
There's no, I'll say, chance of it availing. Of course, it's not that stage of the family yet, and that there's a community need for a high-end store because, as you've seen, these other stores are small stores, not huge sales, and that, again, as you've noted previously, your obligation is not to protect them, but get something in there that's going to serve the community. You have high-end I'll say, tenants with high-end employees coming into the space. You have Disney across the street, you have David Yurman, you have a lot of ad agencies, and they need a store which is going to sell the type of merchandise that they want. Perhaps the applicant has something else to add?
Yes, absolutely. We plan on holding weekly tastings as well to hold community events as needed to cater to these new businesses and new companies that are entering the area. As we noted, Disney has taken over, I believe, 1 million square feet of space. They have moved the Good Morning America show as well as The View will be live taped there. So that will bring an influx of live viewers as well to the area. David Yurman, who is across the street from one of the opponents, has increased their square footage. So there are multiple things that we will be adding to the area that will only benefit the commercial space.
And it's catering to a different type of customer.
Yes. Cool Wine and Spirits, I have gone into the store. They advertise and sell mostly natural and organic wines. That is not something that we will carry a small amount, of course, but it will not be our main focus. Hudson Wine and Spirits does have similar products that we will carry, but not to the extent that we will carry. We will carry higher end products to be able, and it will be 70% spirits, 30% wines.
Can you tell me, ma'am, who the actual principals are in Forever Thirsty Incorporated?
That is my father, Zara Michael Isaacinian.
Just your father?
Just my father, 100%.
Okay. Do we have to change the DBA?
I'm not gonna break it.
No.
Do the members have any further questions, or are they ready to vote?
Yeah.
Two stores going significant.
Yeah.
Right.
Trade name and likeness.
Do you need clarification on Thursday, or?
Good. That should be a standard. Standard thing. All right, I'm gonna. We're voting?
Yeah, if you're ready.
Did you have questions about the trade name or the likeness?
I asked, and
Oh, my father has used that name for about 25 years, so it's been in the family. Initially, when my parents opened their pharmacy in the Los Angeles area, it was called Remedy Pharmacy. It became a staple in the community. So to build off of that, when he went into the liquor business, he continued using the name, and it is a name that's been in the family. He's given his blessing for me to use the name, and I intend to keep that within my family moving forward.
But if you had a problem with it,
Is there anything else that's named Remedy in your family right now?
No,
your father doesn't have a store now
in Queens,
in Queens, named Remedy.
yes,
What do the signs look the same?
they will not be looking the same.
I mean, well, and you could fix it. I'm giving you a
Okay.
chance. Do they look the same right
there's no
now?
signage.
There's no signage. There's nothing.
Okay. 'Cause you said
And if you say to her, don't use Remedy, she won't use it. But to her, it's the name that her grandfather had, the drugstore, so it's.
So you wouldn't name, if we didn't want it called Remedy, you'll think of another name.
I would ideally prefer it to be Remedy, like I said, because
they
it
say
is
you can't use it,
in
you
the
won't use
family
it.
name, but if need be,
And it's not going to have a trade likeness?
No.
You're not going to have the same red sign, let's say, with the white letters?
No.
Okay.
All right, this is another close and tough call for me. Leaving aside the issue with the name and how it could appear, that we're dealing with a chain here and how that can confuse the public, let me just go on the numbers. And as the gentleman from Hudson indicated, he's the closest store. We have 6 stores within 0.5 miles. The 2 closest stores, Hudson and Wine, both significantly down. And there's a 3rd store that is also down. Now, we do have 3 stores that are up, but that increase is, I think, marginal.
That also,
I'm-
excuse me.
I'm just.
Let him vote. This is not a back and forth.
I'm just not seeing that there is a demand for another store at that location based on the numbers that I have in front of me. And so respectfully, I have to deny the application.
Commissioner Maya?
I'm having more trouble with this one than I ordinarily have. I was concerned about the father, but you say he's in Queens and you're willing to change the DBA. Any trade likeness? What I mean by that?
Yes.
So if there's no trade likeness and no DBA, unfortunately, I'm sorry, I would approve it on those conditions.
So prove it with changing the
No
DBA.
remedy and no trade likeness in signage.
All right. You may be a proper candidate for a store, just that I don't find public convenience an advantage. There is a store within 3 blocks of here, a second one that is also 0.2 miles away, and both of those stores are showing significantly declining numbers. So maybe find a different location.
Deny?
Yes, I vote to deny.
And so the application is denied.
Thank you. But we just would note for the record that, as we indicated, the declining sales are because the stores are not open 7 days a week or late into the evening.
And they're not reflective of Disney's opening. They opened in December of 24.
All right,
So
thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, if the numbers change.
Next is number 6, TRD Brothers Liquor, Inc.
Okay.
Francis Buscemi, mailer in Buscemi, for the applicant TRD Brothers, Inc.
Where are we? Number what?
6.
Okay.
With me today are the co-principals of TRD Brothers, Danny Lynn and Raymond Sung. Is opposition here?
All right. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Robert's waiting for the opposition only because this is in the same vicinity, a block or 2 from Celery. Do you want to lay this over also for the same date, or?
No.
Okay.
Why would I? It's a separate application, right? I mean, you guys don't have to say anything if you don't want to put anything on the record.
No, we would just note, as we did before, as you've found before, that there are other stores in the immediate vicinity, that none of the sales are growing up dramatically, that this is an area of Bay Ridge, which is basically bounded by the water and the highway, so there's not a population increase. That several times you have stated on the record, including regarding Celery, that there is no need for an additional store in this area, and that the other stores are very close and fully serve the community.
I didn't say that.
Okay. No one said that. I don't understand why that's being stated as if someone said that on the record. We didn't make any determination. We just said that it showed, you referred us to the numbers, and most of the stores are showing growing numbers.
I'm just quoting from the written decision of August 8th.
Yeah, but that's based on 2023. Latest numbers show growth.
Well, you said there are at least 5 existing stores within walking distance of the application. So it's not public.
Why don't you do your job and let us do ours?
Okay, so may I just ask you a question, sir? Because I'm mindful of the other application with Celery, and I am actually familiar with that area of Bay Ridge. So I know Third Ave is really busy with bars and everything else. This is off the beaten path. Even you in opposition have to say that this is off the beaten path of the busy Third Ave. Would you agree with that at least? TRT? I'm asking you. I don't know if they would know.
It's actually just a short walk around the corner.
I understand, but it's even east of Fourth Ave. You got Third Ave and then Fourth Ave. This is a little bit off the beaten path, right? Would you
Well,
say?
it's 92nd Street is the major street that leads to the Arizona Bridge, which
Okay.
brings a lot of people to and from the bridge.
Okay.
And it's right on the corner of 92nd and Fort Hamilton.
Okay.
It's actually right.
It's right behind
Just
the
a couple
school.
blocks away.
It's right behind the school.
Just about 5 minutes walk from my
store.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But you'll agree, you're familiar with Third Ave, right?
No, I'm not familiar with the
Okay,
thing. I'm not
okay,
going to
okay. Then
agree or disagree.
I'll accept that answer. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you. This is an application for a store located at 9054 Fort Hamilton Parkway. It's a 783 square foot store space with 450 square feet of retail sales area. Danny Lynn has almost 20 years of experience in the retail liquor store business. Him and his wife own the building that he's applied for here. His co-principal is Mr. Sung is a software engineer. And the one thing that we have changed from the application is that with his expertise as a software engineer, he doesn't want to get involved in building a website for the business and having internet sales. The website will create customer feedback and there'll be a point reward system for the store. Now, Commissioner May mentioned the location of stores, and if possible, if you could look at my Exhibit A, you'll really see the location of these stores to one another. Okay, and the Liquor Authority got gross sales figures from 7 liquor stores. 3 of the 7 liquor stores, that's Henry Hardy, Celery, and Bay Ridge, are located on that 3rd Avenue. And one store, New McKee, is located just off 3rd Avenue. Okay, so that 3rd Avenue is 4 Avenue. We're looking at making those stores 4 avenues over from where we are. 2 of the liquor stores, Ben's and 5 Star, are located on 5th Avenue. That's 2 avenues over. In addition, 5 Star is 5 blocks, 2 avenues and 5 blocks over. When you look at the other store, Gomez and Grau, or however they pronounce it, it should be noted that that's on the other side of Interstate 278. When we look at the gross sales of the surrounding stores, we see increases in all of the stores that you obtain gross sales figures for, except Henry Hardy, are all larger than the store applied for here. Ben's shows increased sales, and if you use projections, it shows to continue to increase for 2024. Henry Hardy shows substantial sales increases in 22 and 23. Celery, which is over a 2,000 square foot store, they show sales increases each year since 2021. Gomez is a 1,900 square foot store. Its reported sales, and I point this out, its reported sales are in the mid $80,000 range. That's a 1,900 square foot store. How it's even in business is I don't know how any store can be in business, an almost 2,000 square foot store doing $80,000 a year. 5-star, 1,000 square foot store shows increasing each year since 2021. Bay Ridge, 1,020 square foot store, shows sales increases each year since 21. New McKee is a 1,770 square foot store, shows sales increases each year since 2021 through 2024. The Bay Ridge area has had a substantial increase in Chinese population, in the Asian population in general, and in the Chinese population. We provided you with census data. It shows that the Asian population is the second largest race, being 21.9% of the population in Bay Ridge. Although some of the existing stores carry Korean and Japanese products, and Mr. Lin did a survey of the existing stores on foot himself in person, they're not carrying Chinese products. And the plan here is that TRD wants to fill that void. In addition to carrying a substantial selection of Asian products, it wants to carry, out of that selection, wants to carry 30 to 40% Chinese products. Looking at the specific census data, for Bay Ridge, the 2020 population was 111,952, an increase of over 32,000 people from the 2010 census, representing an increase of over 41%, and an increase.
What percentage?
41.
Okay.
And 39% from the 80,000 and change counted in the 2000 census. If you have any questions concerning the application, we'd be happy to answer them.
Do the members have any questions?
I provide you with some case law on the matter.
Commissioner De Leon and Chair, do you have any questions, or are you?
Just comment. We just note that several of the opposition owners here are Asian, so obviously it is not a void which they are unwilling to fill. And whatever the customers want, they will tell you they get. So they fulfill the needs of the community from their stores. Obviously, Asian customers feel comfortable shopping in their stores. So I don't believe that the fact that there is an increasing Asian population requires that there be another store owned by an Asian person.
He said he owns the building, or is it his wife that owns the building?
Both.
Both of them?
Yes.
Both are on the deed?
Both are on the deed, yeah. Well, it's owned by, I think, an LLC.
Right.
Both are owners of the LLC.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yeah, I guess I am if everybody else is.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
All right. The applicant here is proposing a store which is 450 square feet of retail space. That would be the smallest store out of all the stores in terms of retail space that we got numbers for, with the exception of New Mickey, which is at 420. But that is 0.6 miles away. The other thing that is notable is that the location being proposed here is half a mile away from all of the other stores that we have figures from. All those other stores appear to be clumped together, but the fact is that this store is at least 0.4 miles away from the next closest store. In terms of the gross figures, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I show increase in sales for 2024 over 2023, with the exception of one store. So with those things stated, I am going to vote to approve the application.
Mr. Maya
I vote to approve.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. The store is 0.4 miles away from the cluster of stores, so it's, as Commissioner puts it, off the beaten path a little bit here. They're going to offer products that are different from what is available right now. So I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Aye.
Next is number 11, LIBCORP LLC.
All right.
Number 11.
11?
Yep.
Good afternoon. We are the applicant, and I believe there is some opposition here, so.
If you guys can just put your names
Okay,
first. Yeah.
very good. Good afternoon, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Maya. My name is Maston Sansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm joined here by Danny Boyer and Alana Sardi. They are the applicants for LIBCORP LLC, DBA Little Sister Wine Shop at 5 North Clover Street, Poughkeepsie, New York.
And we have the opposition if they can come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Singh from Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquors, 701 Main Street.
The manager, Josh Karn from Wine and Liquor Mart, Poughkeepsie. The owner had a Herminder. He had a heart procedure, so he couldn't make it today. I'm here to represent him.
Say Palwinder?
Herminder.
Okay.
Sorry, tell me your story again, Poughkeepsie.
Wine and Liquor Mart.
Your
Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquors, JT Gurwell Enterprise, Inc.
JT, okay.
JT Gurwell Enterprise.
And you are?
I'm Josh Karn, the manager from Wine and Liquor Mart. The owner is Perminder.
I know, but what's your store address?
11 Maris Drive.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So he's the second closest store, 1.2 miles away, and he's the other person, the first person is the fourth closest store, 1.7 miles away. And you are?
Omar Arihani. I'm the owner for CITI Liquor and Wine, and I'm the closer liquor store.
You are the closest liquor store. Okay, 0.5 miles away.
Correct.
Okay, great. It's called O'Day, City Liquor and Wine.
What's Parwinder's last name?
Perminder Singh Kanwal.
Singh?
Kanwal.
S-I-N-G-H, right?
Yeah, Singh is middle name, K-A-N-double
Okay, okay.
double.
Oh, that's his middle name.
Middle name
Okay,
is Singh.
Never mind.
Kanwal.
I don't have any more questions on that.
And who wants to talk first?
If I may, Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquors. There's no reason to grant license to the basis of convenience and advantage. Just 2 years ago, I think March 22nd in 2023, there was a liquor store that was being opened. If I remember, the commissioner had said that there's no reason for it to open. Our sales have been down, although last year our sales were up. Towards the end of the year, they've been down. From January till March of this year, they're down at a 10% comparing to the past 3 years. There's a lot of wines we already offer, French, any French wines, anything from California, anything that we look at from kosher. Crazy Bob is a store that could not make it today. The owner, he had problems getting people to work today, so he had to work. They are kind of on a similar basis as this new front that's trying to open up. There is no parking space. Across the street, we have a bar. It's called The Derby. And I think it reopened in 2018. It's maybe 20 feet away as you step out. And then on a triangle is a dispensary right across the street. I think opening up a liquor store right there makes no sense.
What are you saying about, what were you saying about Crazy Bob's?
I'm sorry, Crazy Bob, the owner, he couldn't.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
He could not come in today because he didn't have people working.
Okay.
So he was working today.
Oh, okay. I thought you were alluding to the fact that he was going out. That's why I
Oh,
asked.
okay. No.
Okay.
And I was just mentioning, just like where this new storefront is, they have no parking at all. So being a public convenience, I don't see how that is. Public convenience would be having proper parking. Crazy Bob, where they're located, they do have signs that state no parking, no standing. People still park there. People leave the store. There are accidents that the city reports that I've seen if I go out to lunch. And then for any new storefront to come in to say that they're gonna have boutique French wines or anything like that is just to get in.
All right, so how does Crazy Bob's parking issues relate to the applicant at 5 North Clover Street?
They don't have a designated parking area. I'm just saying that if cars are parking right in front of the store,
You're talking Crazy Bob's or this place?
this place,
Okay, so why did you mention Crazy Bob's? I'm not linking that up in my brain.
Their parking, they don't have a parking lot to park. They don't have a designated area. They're just at a triangle intersection. And people have gotten into accidents. It says no parking, but people park there.
You're saying at Crazy Bob's where there is no parking, there are issues.
Yeah, and then it's the same
Therefore, you're
thing.
saying there might be issues here.
Exactly. It's people that are leaving and because they don't pay attention to city signs or anything like that. We carry wines. Arlington Wine and Liquors. It is a very big liquor store that we all compete with, all the smaller guys. They carry all the type of boutique French wines or anything that we could possibly think of from any region. I carry a lot of wines from South America region. I just want to keep it short for
You're
you
the
guys.
biggest, would you say your volume is the largest amongst the closest stores?
I am a volume store. You got it right on the money.
Alrighty.
But rent has been tough to pay. Payroll is tough to keep up with. I tried to compete with the big guys and I couldn't. Last year I was trying to buy. I'm sorry?
Who are the big guys you're trying to compete with?
Arlington Wine and Liquors. I think.
Where are they?
They are up on Route 44. It's about a mile and a half from me.
Okay, so, okay.
And then you
What
guys,
area is that in?
Poughkeepsie.
Well, that's also in Poughkeepsie.
That's also in Poughkeepsie. The city of Poughkeepsie and town of Poughkeepsie is together.
Yeah.
We have 11 existing licenses, and I think there's about 9 in less than 3.1 miles. It is a driving community over there.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but you bought this place in 2019?
Yes, my father, yep,
Okay, so you
2019.
jumped into the Poughkeepsie competitive marketplace.
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right.
Being there 7 days a week, I tried to compete and I've made mistakes. I'm trying to learn from them, but it's just tough. It's tough to go after those guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
How you doing? Again, my name is Omar Rihani.
Yes, sir.
I'm the owner for City Liquor and Wine, and I'm the closer liquor store.
Yes.
0.5 mile.
Yeah.
Literally, it's 2 blocks from my store. And I've been there for almost 13 years.
Yeah.
I own this place, and we try to get everything what the customer asks for. Like literally, in less than 5 mile, we have 12 liquor store, less than 5 mile around us. And I
understand.
believe.
Can you speak on why your location is more convenient from a public convenience and an advantage standpoint? What do you have to say about your location versus their location since you're the closest?
My location is not gonna be different from where he's gonna open. It's literally 2 blocks from my location. I'm covering what all the customer asking for. We have all different wine in literally every liquor store buying from the same company, the big company. We have different wine, we have different liquor. And after 13 years, we did a lot of mistakes before, but now we start understanding the area, the customer, what people need, and literally we covering everything with that customer need.
Okay.
There's no another reason to bring another store, literally 2 blocks from my store. And I believe I'm the smaller liquor store between the 12 liquor store around me. I'm like 1,200 square feet. And the prices between now and 5 years, and I believe you guys has the numbers, is going down every year. Literally going down every year. In 2025, I hope it's gonna be good, but the first 2 months doesn't look good
I know
with
we're all
numbers.
fighting, right?
We all.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
This is Josh Karn again from Wine and Liquor Mart in Poughkeepsie. So I'm here on representing Perminder. He's the owner. He's having heart surgery tomorrow, so he couldn't be here. We have a huge loan to pay off too. I mean, there's, like they said, there's like 12 stores within a 5 mile driving. It's like 10 minutes driving. So I don't see why there should be more competition added in. There was a ETHYL opened up last year, November, and then Southgate opened up in November 2023.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much competition already.
I just, because you probably have been in this room and you've heard me more speak about what I'm about to say to you more than anybody else up here. Nobody stops a bodega from opening up. I know we're under a different regulatory scheme. Nobody stops a guy from opening up a shoe store next door to a shoe store. I appreciate that 20 liquor stores divides up a pie, but the consumer gets to turn right or left. So I think the chair mentioned, and maybe in a different context, I can't speak for her, what's the public convenience and advantage, or what are the arguments against it? The fact that you guys are all fighting, I'm just making it clear, the fact that you guys are all fighting about for the same French fry, that's business. You understand where I'm coming from. If you want to help me with that, because you know I'm probably the most vocal about it, if you sat here today, what's going on, other than the fact that you're not afraid, I don't mean it in a pejorative way, you have another competitor. Other than the fact that you're going to have another competitor, what could you tell us? Or any of you, I'm inviting your objections, yeah.
I mean, just coming in new to the store, I'm not speaking on his behalf. It may be difficult to understand the business.
Yeah.
Me being in 6 years in, I tried to do what I thought would make money, what would bring in the profit, buy bulk from the small guys, the big guys.
Right.
But our type of community and the locations that we are in Poughkeepsie, it doesn't have a population growth. Now, if there were high rises and blocks filled with people, it would make sense. There's failing restaurants in our area, just on Main Street where we are. There's failing restaurants, there's mom pop shops that have closed down. It's not about just the liquor, well, we're all here for the liquor store, but it's about the community we're talking about. If it was a striving and a great community, like you're saying, business is great, business can be good, but it can be stressful for someone like my father isn't present today, because for 30 years he ran a gas station, long story short, and his partner took away everything from him. He couldn't be in this environment because it's stressful. I'm trying to do the best on his behalf so we don't lose the only thing that provides, not just for our family. I have currently 5 people on payroll. I'm struggling to keep up with rent. I just requested to my landlord if he could, hold off 15 days on rent, make a check out to him just to help out, to buy, to already have what the community has wanted from us. If there's nothing new, I mean, loyalty system, so I think it's called a point system, I apologize. Other stores offer that, and it doesn't do anything. People have to pay out of pocket for it.
Well, all 3 of you are well-spoken.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I'm complimenting you, but I'm trying to indicate my analysis and frankly wanting to hear what else you could say. So do you have anything to say, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And then just for the record, ETHYL was approved last year. It's on a conditional license. They requested to be a boutique French store. It was granted access, and I was the only one here at that time. I don't know what's going on with that store. If a store like that can't open up in Arlington or in the Poughkeepsie area, for a new guy to come in is going to be very difficult.
What does that mean?
There's another boutique store that was granted by our board
Oh.
about 4.5 miles
I see.
away, and
I
they
see.
haven't opened yet.
Oh, okay.
And then you guys, 2 years ago, March 22nd on 2023, denied a store that was, I think, 0.5 or 0.8 miles from my store. A lot close, almost the same as Omar's, because it didn't have, it was a convenience store that they were trying to turn into a liquor store. And it wasn't a public service or anything.
When was this?
March 22nd, 2023. Thank you.
All right, the applicant, you're ready.
Yeah, the dates are correct that I just checked.
All right, great, thank you.
Good afternoon again. To be clear, this is this application is for a wine store, not a liquor store. It really is a micro boutique liquor store at only 475 square feet of retail space. And you may say, well, wow, that's pretty small. But the applicant has extensive knowledge in the curation of fine wines, all different varieties from all over the world. And that's really what makes this special. And I think just about every town would actually appreciate a store of this nature. No national brands would be offered. There would be emphasis on a lot of really these craft small hands-on farming type of products, and the diversity and regionality of fine wines across the world. One very interesting and important thing to know too is the sake facility that was just opened up. It's an $80 million facility that opened up in 2023 of September. I'm sorry?
Where's that?
In Hyde Park.
It's
Right north.
4.1 miles away, which is really interesting because, that is something that another variety that's not widely carried.
How soon could you open?
If you gave me conditional approval today, I understand that I might have to wait a week to get that document so that I could start purchasing inventory. I can purchase all of my inventory in 9 days, and on that 10th day, I'll open my doors and sell wine.
You're ready to go.
Yeah, again, extensive expertise in the curation of wine, the buying and purchasing. 2 of the 4 closest liquor stores have dramatic increases, exempting the COVID era from 2023 or 2020, 2023 to 2024. Of 19% and 27% increase respectively. Now, the closest.
Which store is doing that? I don't see that.
Crazy Bob's as well as JT Grewal.
I don't see how Crazy Bob's is doing it 27%. I don't know where you're getting
So
that
Crazy
from, 'cause I
Bob's.
see a 20% drop. from
So
20
it's about 700,000. And that's as of October. So through September is the way I calculate that, which means there's October, November, and December. Now, November and December, the holidays, 20% additional increase because they're the holiday months. So you've got 3 months to essentially make up.
I mean, you can't make up numbers and then come here and present it as fact. I mean, they're not here, but I'm not seeing increase necessarily. That's the one store. Where's the other one?
And then the other one is the one at 701 Main Street, which, as of.
Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquor, which he just spoke extensively about how business is hard.
Yeah, I mean, according to their numbers, right, through September of last year, they had 1.5 million, 1.521. And then it was 1.65 the whole year of the year before. So the way I calculated it with 3 months left, adding 20% for November and December.
There's not 3 months left. That this is at the end of October. It says October 24, right?
Oh, 2024. Okay. So that one, gosh, it's possible, though I do try to take that as 3 weeks, basically, essentially. So break it down into 4 weeks. So there was 1/4 of that month to go is the way I factored that in. And that should all be factored into the analysis. And I'd be happy to provide you my work on that.
No, you
but
could have submitted it. If you didn't submit it, then that's
Yeah.
You're speaking your calculations.
You can't just.
Yeah.
Okay, so you made a calculation somewhat about what we heard, and maybe we don't agree with your calculation. But
Yeah.
That's what you're telling us.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think even generally speaking, if you look at that and you broke it up and you said, okay, through even 10 months, and you did, let's see, so if you divided 2023 by 12, right, you get the average monthly, I'm sorry, if you divided 2024 by 10, you get the average monthly amount. Then you'd be able to determine the average monthly amount for November and December. And if you added 20% for each month to account for holidays, and then you add that back on to the 1.521, and then you take the difference and you divide it by 2023, then you get the percentage increase. And it's interesting to note, again, that they're doing pretty well. They've got a pretty large liquor store, but really The biggest one would be the closest store, which I calculated is down as 21%. However, it's a totally different model. The applicant is not going to carry any of the products that are being carried by these stores. And I know people will say, oh, well, we can get it. Well, you kind of got to know where to get it if you're not getting it from the two big distributors, which the applicant will not be purchasing from, and is happy to agree to that. But also, people want, when they're looking for wine, they want to pick it up, right? They're going to an event, they want to pick up a gift, they're going home, they want to pick up for dinner. They don't want to have to order something. Anybody can order something and pick it up days later, but that's not really how this goes. I'd also like to really point out that this is actually within walking distance of the train station. And this is a big thing. A lot of commuters, right, that use the Poughkeepsie, I being one of them even today, that commute. And so that will provide extensive exposure to people well beyond Poughkeepsie. And again, the applicant's not going to sell any of the products that these guys even sell. So I really think they have nothing to worry about, quite frankly. I'd like to have.
Really, you don't, man.
If I could have 30 seconds.
I'd like to just have.
Let's just have the applicant, because we've heard extensively from you. We have. We got we've heard extensively from you. Let's give them an opportunity.
Commissioners, Chair, if I could just have a moment to explain my background in wine. I'm a 10-year veteran of New York City's fine wine industry. New York City is the biggest wine market in the world. I managed 3 stores in New York City, all with, over $1 million in revenue every year. I was the buyer.
3 at the same time or 3 separate ones?
3 separate ones.
Oh.
3 separate ones over a period of about a decade, a little more than a decade. I've worked for French wine importers. I've worked on the distribution side. I worked for Verity Wine Partners. So I kind of know the ins and outs of this game. I know how to run a wine shop, and I know how to do it without relying on Empire Merchants or Southern Glazers. The opposition stores, I go to all of them. I bought cognac from all of you. I'm a big cognac drinker. I love it. I'm happy to send anybody that walks into my wine store looking for spirits their way, because I don't intend to sell it. It's not something I'm a professional in. I'm not an expert in spirits. I'm an expert in fine wine. I'm an expert in small production fine wine. These are things you can't get everywhere. These are things that are sourced from very small importers and distributors here in New York State. A lot of folks don't even know that they exist upstate. I came from working down here in this industry. My wife and I bought a house upstate, and I realized I couldn't get any of the things that I wanted to drink without driving 55 minutes to Hudson, New York, or without driving 37 minutes to Beacon, New York. I think the only part of the wine industry that it's experiencing any growth significantly right now is small production, natural, biodynamic wines, low intervention things. And they're made in tiny quantities. So volume buying is not something you can even do to acquire these wines, nor do these companies have any salespeople that are going into these shops trying to sell these wines to these folks. They just don't, they're too small. They have people in all 5 boroughs selling wine to retailers. They don't make it upstate. So I see a huge void for these small production, low intervention wines.
Are you going to be there all the time?
I will be there 7 days a week.
Yeah,
It
okay,
will be my
'cause-
full-time job.
'Cause it looks like you could sell some wine.
Oh, I'm extremely good at it, sir. I think people look at me and I'm very tattooed. I have, is it purple or blue hair today?
Green.
And I think folks look at me and they say, well, that guy, looks like he belongs in a punk rock band. And I was for many years, but I really know what I'm doing. I'm an expert in this. I couldn't be more confident in my ability to be successful in this location. And honestly, brothers, I could not be more confident in telling you I am zero threat to you, man. Zero threat.
Crazy Bob took away from us.
Yeah.
I won't.
We're not gonna sell liquor.
He's Empire.
No back and forth.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so will you commit to no upgrades? Because we have a lot of people that come in
Yep.
for a wine store.
Yep.
2 years later, it's not working out. I want to upgrade. I want small batch distilled products now, and it's just not in the cards for you. Is that okay?
Chair, I can say that a lot of folks come up here and apply for these licenses with zero experience in the industry at all. My experience in the industry is not liquor. It's not bourbon. It's none of that. It's wine. So yes, I could commit to that.
So if I could just jump in on that, if we could put maybe a 5-year timeline on it, they have not spoken any at all about that. I personally was thinking, well, why would, if you did this for eventually for spirits, I mean, is this a spirit thing too, right? Where you can't get these products, nobody's shopping these products to people. You don't have, Southern or Empire or any, the smaller distributors
These big kind of guys
going and shopping their products because they're so limited. But if I walked in and saw something that nobody's ever had, that'd be awesome. I'd buy it just for that. So down the road, who knows? So I hate to put, just an absolute forever blanket on that, but be happy to
put the blanket on Empire and Southern though.
On what?
Yeah, all of their products come from Empire Merchants and Southern.
I think the members are ready to
They're gonna end
vote.
up buying for bigger companies.
I think the members are ready to vote. So if Commissioner De Leon,
Can we have just a minute to talk?
I mean, you've already.
No, we've fully heard the arguments here, okay? And I'm ready to vote if my colleagues are ready to vote.
Commissioner De Leon.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
I guess so. Okay, first of all, I thank everybody for their presentations. And, regarding any inkling that they might want to have to compete with you down the road, I don't know. I mean, this gentleman is pretty passionate about what he does and pretty on point about it. And when you distinguish yourself from the pack, you tend to do very well. So who knows what the future holds, and there's nothing to prevent him from coming back. I don't know that any of my colleagues are going to insist on a permanent ban. We'll see, when they vote, and I'll have to consider it if that's the case. I do appreciate your saying that you're not going to offer any national brands. We have a commitment to that. This is a small store. It's only 475 square feet of retail. It would be the smallest store to the 4 stores that we've gotten figures from, including all of your stores here. That's one thing. The Chamber of Commerce supports this application. And because a lot of it made of the numbers, and it's only 4 stores, I'm going to quickly go through the numbers, all right? City, you are absolutely right. You did show a decrease in 2024 over 2023. In 2023, you reported $1,207,321. In 2024, you reported $750,000 and $750,822 through October.
You need to unlock your iPhone first.
Stop freaking. Siri's listening to me. You reported that figure through October 24th, 2024. You take that figure, you divide it by 10 because it's already almost 10 months. You multiply it by 14 to account for the holiday sale, and you have figures of $1,051,000 and $150. So you did make less money.
A lot.
Yeah, well, you made less money.
Do you want me to use ChatGPT to answer that?
No, I want you to shut up. Let's turn you off. Okay. Scary. So that's city. The gentleman in green, we didn't get any figures for 2023. We did get figures for 2024. It was at $1.5 million. Crazy that was spoken about in 2023 reported $806,666. For 2024, over 10 months, they reported $699,227. Divide that figure by 10, multiply it by 14. You have $978,917 for 2024, an increase. For Poughkeepsie, as you yourself indicated, there is an increase. You reported $1,645,906 in 2023. For 2024, through October 24th, 2024, you reported $1,521,563. Divide that figure by 10 because it was almost the entire month of October. Multiply it by 14, you're at $2.1 million. And you're a store of 3,845 square feet. I do not see that this proposed store is in any way a threat to your businesses, even though that is not the consideration for us. The consideration is whether or not this is going to be public convenience and advantage. I do see a unique offering here, something that is completely different. And I take the gentleman at his word because I believe he was very sincere and knowledgeable. So with all that said, I will vote to approve this application with the condition that there will be no national brands sold. I leave it up to my colleagues to see if they're going to request any kind of, ban on spirits ever in the future. Although you might not want to do that, but we'll see.
Commissioner Maya.
I'll vote to approve, and I'm also going to abide or wait to hear if there's any stipulations on the approval, and I'm going to comment on those or agree with those. So I'm approving.
Chair.
All right, this is a wine-only store. I'm going to find public convenience an advantage as well because it's closer to the train station and it's convenient for commuters that are going up to the Poughkeepsie areas, 2-minute walk from the train station. I'm going to take your word that you're going to do specialty wines, no national brands.
No national.
I'm sorry, is that addition, he's not gonna buy it from Empire and Son in the same company we buying from?
Never, dude. I don't like it.
No.
Yep, so no buying from
all the
Empire and Southern, which I think they committed to in the documents, right?
So do you want to do?
This
Calm
is
down.
everything.
Calm down.
I get
Calm
it.
down.
I
We're
get
trying
it.
to figure out the vote. So if you can just hold on for a
Okay,
second.
so no national brand and no buying from the two major distributors, and that's it, and no upgrades, ever.
Ever?
Commissioner Maya,
Okay.
how do you feel about
I
that?
agree to everything other than no upgrade ever because I don't know what ever is going to happen in 10 years. Can I just ask you this?
Of course.
Would ever mean 5 years to you?
No.
Okay, you want ever, never, ever? Just so I know.
Ever would be great at 5 years, Commissioner. My biggest concern is.
Otherwise, I'm not granting a wine store. There's so much competition. We granted another boutique store just 4
Okay.
might away.
My
like-
concern is the push for wine in a grocery store.
Well, then don't apply for it. You can also withdraw your application.
I'd just like to point out again, it's 475
Sir,
square feet.
okay, we're
I
voting.
just need to know what I'm voting on so I can.
So right now,
There's no upgrade, period.
That's what Chair's at. Chair's at no national brands, no major distributors, and no upgrade to a package store, ever.
Okay, I'll say all of those things with the exception of the never ever part.
Okay. Would you put a time limit on the or just leave that out altogether? Like a time limit on the no upgrade, or just leave that out altogether on your?
I'll say 5 years.
Okay. Commissioner De Leon.
It's interesting, and I appreciate your work, counsel, because you're looking out for your client, right? But your client didn't ask for that. You suggested it as a good attorney advocating for his client. So now I'm in a situation here, it's 5 years, never or nothing.
Well, actually, you're kind of really on, never or 5 years, or we're a split with that, so.
They would still have to come back,
Or you can change and say
to
no.
be fair.
Yeah.
Or
They
you
would still have to
saying,
come back, to be fair, and get the license
Okay.
and apply. You know what I mean? It's just no application for absolutely, not even come in and seek one for at least 5 years. And again, it's only
No, I mean, then you
475
defeat
square
everything he
feet.
just said. He's selling his knowledge on wine, and he's done this and that, and
Which,
you know,
okay.
he wants a
Yeah,
wine
I
store
mean,
to
that's-
sell wine.
Which,
It's not fair to the other people if now you're saying, oh, well, I do want the door open in the event that I decide to sell spirits.
yeah, it's just tough to,
Say no.
rule against
Again, you can-
perpetuities,
You
right?
can also withdraw your application, and those guys would be very happy right now. So
No,
what do you want?
no.
All right.
No.
I get it, but I really think you're onto something and you have the expertise to make it work.
I know.
I don't know that and you seem very confident.
I'm very
So
confident.
I don't know that you want to mess with that. I would say never, because this is the real crux of your application. This is this is what really kind of sold me on it. And you made that very clear. So
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna hold you to it. Okay?
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick question, so I'm not gonna buy from any bigger distributors?
Yes, that's what he
And
said.
they're not allowed to move, right?
Yes, he's
Well, no.
allergic
Because
to it.
Arlington
so don't
has
worry
done
about
that.
it.
Allowed to
He
move,
doesn't
that's
want
different.
to do that.
Allowed to
He
move
doesn't
is
want to do
different.
that.
You
He
said-
doesn't want to do that.
Don't worry about it.
He-
Good luck
He's
to
not
you.
going to.
So this is what it is. So he's no national brands. He's not allowed to purchase from the major distributors, and he's not allowed to upgrade to a liquor store, to a package
So
store.
just a wine store.
Yes.
Couldn't be any clearer. I mean, what is
So that's-
it?
And I do apologize. I've heard you use this math like 14. That math is a guess and his math, because on my numbers, we can present those numbers.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
It
It's
doesn't
It's
matter.
done, and we
All
have to
right,
move
it's
on.
done.
It's irrelevant.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've heard the same thing in a meeting I come to when new stores open up.
Thank you,
And I
sir.
understand what you're saying, but these months that we're struggling in January, February,
Look, I will explain to you, because I don't know if you've heard me, but I've done this, I don't know how many
longer than me,
times.
sir. longer than
One,
me.
first, nobody else here has to use my math. They can use whatever math they want and whatever figures they want. What I do is I take the most recent figures. That's 2023, and I take whatever I have for 2024, because I want to know where you're going to be, not where you've been. I take that, hold on. I take that 2024 figure for whatever months I have, I divide it, and then I multiply it by 14. Why 14? Because the entire industry agrees that there is a holiday bump. And during the holidays, liquor sales go way up. So to add 2 months to the year accounts for that bump. That's how I do it. That's how I did it in your case. Okay? You got your answer?
Next time I will definitely work there on numbers.
Well,
And our
that's
area
just for
does
me.
not do
That's
it.
just for me. Now you
Our
know how
area does
I
not.
do it.
I wish we had that.
Okay, all right. All right.
Thank you.
All
Next
right.
is number 8. Next is number 18, City Liquor Inc.
Number 18.
Number 18.
Number 18.
All right, this is it. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Commissioner.
afternoon.
My name is James Wang, representative. He is the owner, Wei Chen. We are here to glad answer any question if you have.
18. So this is development plans at Willets Point, principal to manage. You run a grocery store now, sir?
No.
No?
This is a bulletproof store?
Yes.
Okay.
No?
No. Why should I?
Nobody else is bulletproof, yeah. Got 1, 2, 6 stores. 1, we got no response, so that's 5. 3 out of the 5, I have an increase, but they're the farthest 3. 0.8, 1.0, and 1.0 miles away. The 2 closest, I show a decrease. The decrease is significant. 1 is a decrease of about 250,000, and the other one is a decrease of about almost $500,000. So why is this in the public interest and convenience, sir?
Yeah, okay, so this is the new development area. So the Whaley Point will be developed. They will be built up 2,500 unit. Yeah, right now some building is almost complete the construction. This is the new developer company, the area, and okay, his store just located in Whaley Point. I understand you just said for the flashing. So yeah, even I know the closed store, but it's difference because it's a total different area, and they have to go to the highway, and so they are located in Whaley Point. So I believe this is the only store, in that area.
You're saying that you're on the other side of all of the highways.
Yes, right, yeah, the flashing is in the 6, 7, 8, another side. So they have to, if they come in, they have to drive in. Is no way they can walk in.
I'm just gonna take a look at the map real quick.
Yeah. How far are you, this is kind of almost irrelevant. I think your answer is going to make my inquiry almost irrelevant. How far are you from Westbury?
How far are we
Westbury?
from?
Yeah, that's like.
He's in Queens.
Yeah, so they would be.
Way
they're
further
far-
out on Long
How
Island.
far away are they? Like 10, 20 miles?
Corona
where?
is far from Westbury.
That's far, okay.
The Willows?
No, my question doesn't mean anything now that I know, now that I've heard an answer. Yeah. I'm good.
Do the members have any other questions?
Still trying to find this map. Oh, here it is.
It's 30 minutes driving.
Yeah, because it's here to here. Okay.
20 miles.
I mean, I see the highway and I see City Liquors. You're almost by yourself. You're alone in Willits.
So they are only one in the Whaley Pond.
Yeah, you're the only one.
They're only one. It will be open.
You gotta cross the Whitestone Bridge to get to you and 25A. Okay. All right,
And the members ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote also.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, I see a proposed store of 630 square feet for retail. That is a small store by comparison. The two closest stores figures are down, but the other three are, that we received figures for are up for 2024. These stores are all located on the other side. This store would be the only store isolated on Willits Point that I can see at this time. With that said, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
And for the reasons stated by Commissioner De Leon, who makes my my votes not need so much explanation. All of those things, plus I could see you are, to me, from what I could see on the map, I'm not familiar with the area otherwise, you are in your own zone, so I say yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Would you consider not a bulletproof store?
Yes, sure. If you guys approve.
Okay, so I'm going to approve, you can bulletproof the cashier area, but not the products. Is that okay?
Not the product.
That the customers can take the products down?
Sure.
Okay, I'll vote to approve, not bulletproof store, please.
I'll agree with that.
And Commissioner? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
All right.
All right, there's no one else signed in.
What happened to number 2?
They didn't come. 2, 3, 4, 22.
So number 2, it's the package store removal.
So are we doing these without them coming?
Yeah, they are applying to remove moving 500 feet to increase the store size by about 500 square feet. They have been in business since 1980 and have applied for one move before, and now this is a second, or maybe I think actually maybe a third move. But now they're moving to 4,000. Oh, no, actually, they're doubling in size. I'm sorry. They're going from 2,500 to 4,400, but there's no protest. You want them to come in? We can adjourn it and have them come in if that's what you want. It's
No,
fine.
I'm okay if you guys are okay. The numbers would look good on this for me.
I'm okay if you're okay. If you wanted them to come in, I'll do whatever you say, but I'm good.
Okay, so I'm going to vote to approve. I'm going to find public convenience advantage. This business has been in existence since 1980 with no disciplinary record, and so I'm going to approve their removal and expansion.
Just for the record, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Yes,
And-
yes, yes.
Number 3 has been held over to April 2nd. Further review. Number 4 is a new package store.
The one with no protests. 28 years.
Sorry, what number? Number 3?
Number 4.
Number 3 is it's adjourned
Yeah, that was adjourned.
to what?
April 2nd.
Okay. Number 4.
The only thing I see
They didn't
here is-
show up, and they didn't say anything.
And there's an adverse
Right.
history here at premises, at the premises. Not,
And it's partially bulletproof. They didn't ask for an adjournment.
Not that I see.
I mean, all the numbers are going down. Number 4.
you got 4 stores, 3 are bulletproof, 1 is non-bulletproof. And they're partial bulletproof.
Bulletproof. In Rochester. We can ask them to come in.
And there's an availing here,
What do you want?
that's just with the premises and not with the applicant, I can't tell.
And there's been something there for like 30 years, if I'm reading this correctly.
Is the availing for the premises or I should have wrote the note better.
So if you want to, I don't know if they're going to be confused and show up tomorrow, because they did get a wrong date to show up tomorrow, but we did correct them and tell them to show up today. They didn't. I got no response, no request for an adjournment. But if you want to hold it over,
They might show up tomorrow, you think?
And if they don't, then we could,
it's up
Deal
to
with
you
it.
guys. That's
All right,
just
so
I'm just
hold it
giving
over
him
to
an
tomorrow.
excuse.
To tomorrow?
That's up to you. If you want to hold it up to 4/2, we
You
can do
think
that.
that they're
as well.
going to be here tomorrow?
I'm just giving like an excuse that maybe they didn't
can
see
I
the
ask you a
email
question?
correctly. It's March
Can I ask you a
12th.
question? If they, from where they are, they're gonna show up in Buffalo. If they're at Buffalo, could
No,
we hear
there's
them
no way,
tomorrow?
because March 12th was the original day.
So
You
that's
had
what
told them that they were coming on the 13th?
when we were still trying to hammer things out, a couple of things got out with the wrong date, and that was one of
And you
them.
told them that
I
they're coming
told them
on
that
Thursday?
they're coming. At first I told them, and then we corrected them and told them today, and most of the ones on that list have shown up today.
Okay, so let's hold it over to 4/2 and tell them to come on 4/2.
Okay.
Like I said, all the other ones that were on the list did actually show up today.
Right, so
So-
there's no real excuse. They just didn't decide to come.
That was at that location.
Okay, it
Yeah.
wasn't the applicant. Okay.
Number 12, this was held over to April 2nd as well because the applicant's currently in the hospital, but we did give them the opportunity to request a later date depending, but for now, April 2nd.
Okay.
15, this was held over to April 2nd due to the state of emergency in
Yep.
Suffolk County.
Okay.
22,
What's the state of emergency? Oh, the
The
fire.
fire.
Fires, yeah.
22 is a package store removal.
All right, where are you at? You're okay with that? All right, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So we're voting?
Yeah.
I'm okay if everybody else is okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm gonna find public convenience advantage. This is a request to increase the size of the store by about 100% and moving close by. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage, vote to approve.
And you said okay, right, Commissioner De
Yeah,
Leon?
yeah, I'm good.
Commissioner Maya? And then 23 has been held over to May 14th.
All right.
And I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything? Meeting is adjourned.